need one more. I have 6. We're not taking action this morning. Okay, at this point I'd like to call the BESE Policy Forum meeting to order. This is a new format that is a component of the reorganization of our BESE committees. For those of you who joined us yesterday, BESE completed all of their committee work. Our committees have been, our former 8 committees were folded into 4. We still addressed all the issues within those 4 committees, but it represents an alignment with the delivery units and the work being done at the Department of Education. I'm personally, and I believe board members are very pleased that this allows us to have the time to devote to specific policy topics. We're going to be devoting 3 hours this morning and to 2 areas that are very important to the board. The members are here that are presenting and then participating with us. This is very important for the board members to hear what you're doing, what successes and what challenges that you are experiencing, and we sincerely believe that, one, we want to be part of that experience, and we sincerely believe that we will learn from you this morning, and we are hopeful that it will help drive for this board policy that will assist you in accomplishing your goals of improving student achievement. So we welcome everybody here. This is something that we have not done before. So if we stumble a bit, please understand that, and also please know that we are very open to tweaking this as we go through it. So I'd like to thank Chris Meyer for this morning is being staffed by the Department of Education. BESE staff is working on preparing minutes, because when we finish this meeting at 1 o'clock, we'll roll into our full BESE board meeting. So I'd like to thank the BESE members who are here this morning. I'd like to thank the Department of Education, particularly Chris Meyer, who has been charged with bringing this work together, and will be doing a major part of the presentation. So given that, I'd like to recognize Chris Meyer, and we'll begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the audience members and the board members that are here. We appreciate your leadership as a board and as a president with giving us the chance and stakeholders in Louisiana the chance to dig in deeply on policy, and that's what this time is about. You said this is sort of our inaugural run, and we're going to make lots of changes. I think one we've already talked about is maybe for the next time we might put it in a different room where we can all be around a big table and have a little more informality to this, because we really want to hear not only from districts but other people in the audience and from you of genuinely digging into what are the big policy questions, and let's see if we can't together in a more informal and conversational way figure out some solutions for helping Louisiana rise to the top of the education systems in this country. I just want to spend just 1 minute telling you kind of what our goals for this were. The first was to help you and help us and members of the audience and other stakeholders out there to increase our knowledge and our depth of knowledge about policy and how changing the incentives and the rules we make, how these things impact schools. And so that's one of the major standpoints. And then the second is to really engage with stakeholders. We want you to be able to have the chance to talk with people in the field that are actually doing this work. We want to talk to them. We want to hear from them. We want to figure out together how we can be a better service-oriented agency. That's been the reorganization plan led by our superintendent and deputy superintendent, and they've asked us all to not be compliance-driven but be service-driven, and that's what you've responded to as well with your realignment of your board business. So we're excited by that. Like the president said, we'll be staffing these meetings. They're informal. If you have feedback, board members, if audience members have feedback, please let us know. We want this to be useful and helpful. And then the outcomes of this could be a number of things. We could decide, or you could decide that you may want to take positions and pass resolutions, statements of your will, what you believe is the right direction for Louisiana schools. This could result in longer studies. this could result in new policy or legislative changes. So this is really a platform for all of us to focus in on some core topics over time and develop real solutions. Today we have two major topics we want to talk about. The first will be creating the conditions to turn around low-performing schools. And then the second is really measuring the pre-K landscape in Louisiana. So we'll get to pre-K here in about an hour and a half or so. We'll start with creating the conditions to turn around low-performing schools. So here's how we want to frame this conversation. We are not intending today to point any fingers at anyone in the state. We're not intending to ridicule anyone. Our intention here is to figure out how do we all recognize that we have a serious challenge, that there are too many schools and too many students that are below grade level and that are failing. We all recognize that, and that's why we're all in this business. And the department's put a lot of focus on how it can start supporting districts and supporting schools and helping them reach their vision of turning around these schools. That's what our districts want. And today you'll hear from 3 districts that want to do this work. They want to turn around their schools, and they, just like us, are at a starting point of how do we best do it? What are the lessons we've learned across the state and around the country to do this work? What's the will required to do this work, and then what does it technically take in terms of support between the two? So we're going to dig into that with some districts, and we're going to talk about that. We're also going to paint the reality that there is an accountability mechanism in place that deals with low-performing schools after 4 years of failure. We don't want to ever reach that point with our schools. We can't wait for 4 years of accountability to that be the solution to fixing low-performing schools. It's got to start now, and I think you'll see from districts today that are here a real willingness to start today, and we're excited to be partners with them. So with that, at the table with me is Rain Martin, our Chief of Innovation. She runs an office that really works to create new conditions and new structures and new partnerships with districts across the state. And she's got with her Russell Armstrong, who's one of our reform fellows to the department. That's a program where we recruit people who are young in their careers who want to come and work at the department for a few years, hopefully longer than that. We had a lot of applicants from around the country. Russell was one of those who came to us, didn't really have any stake in Louisiana, but thought the work here was exciting. So he's working in our school turnaround office, and I'll give them a chance to say a little bit more about themselves if they want. But we're excited to have them, and they'll be leading kind of this first part of the presentation. So with that, let's dig in. Okay. Yeah.
And I failed to mention that we do have public comment cards out on this table if you wish to participate. What we'll do is entertain public comments at the end of each section. So we'll complete our work on the first component. We'll have some comment cards, and then we'll move on to pre-K, do the same thing at the end of the pre-K conversation. Thank you.
Great. So I'll just start on this first slide, then pass it to Rain. You've seen this before, board members and maybe members of the audience, but one of the things that you all as a board and the superintendent and deputy superintendent have said over and over again is that the real driver of education reform in Louisiana over the last 10 years has been accountability. All of our data show that it's been the fact that we've continually raised the bar of expectations on our schools, on our districts, on our educators, and on our students that's made the difference. And this is very clear. You can see that in the late 1990s, early 2000s, when accountability came into place, we set the bar of expectation that a school would have no more than 80% of kids below grade level. So if you had more than 80% of kids below grade level, that was deemed as failing. That was deemed as unacceptable to the people of Louisiana. And over time, naturally, we've raised that bar. So you saw that when we started accountability, there were 313 schools that had that sort of, or an SPS below 60. Today, where the bar was sitting last year at 60, you had only 43 schools there. This year, we've raised the bar to 65. Next year, it'll be 75. And every time we've raised the bar, the number of schools failing has gone down. So we know that continuing to raise expectations and shed light on this is causing change and causing reform. And now we're going to talk about districts that are recognizing this rising bar and are looking for ways to quickly improve their schools.
So good morning. Can you all hear me? Good morning. My name is Rain Martin. I'm the Chief of Innovation here at the State Department, and I appreciate being the inaugural presentation on the inaugural day of the Policy Forum. So if you could be
You're
fair.
making history.
I know. If you could be fair but be kind, as I told Mr. Lee earlier, I would really appreciate that. We are really excited to be here this morning because we are very, very serious and very, very genuine about trying to figure out ways that the state can be a different partner around this type of work. And the first slide that I'm going to show you is just a pictorial about how that is looking right now. And the reason why I say how that's looking right now is because we consider ourselves in the Office of Innovation as being innovative and adaptive enough to continually change and offer different sets of services based on what it is that districts and schools need. You can see all the way over to the right, we do have a brand new office as part of the reorganization that is the School Turnaround Office. That is the office that's solely focused on working with districts on the schools that are on the watch list. The goal here, we have one vision around this particular work, which is to allow schools through their districts to increase, get off the watch list, and not ever have to be taken over by the state of Louisiana. So one of the things that we try to be very clear about in starting our work with districts and schools is we actually prefer not to have these schools as state-run schools. And so how can we do that together? There's a couple of programs just to highlight in that office that we have moved there to realign some state agency services that we think can help in a really concentrated way with that. One is the High Performing Schools Initiative. These are the SIG dollars that come from the federal government. This is about $40 million worth of funds. The average amount per school in these funds is $1.5 million over a 3-year period, and these are some really prescriptive and strict guidelines around these because these are federal guidelines. But around this particular set of funds, districts have to choose for schools that apply, which are on the watch list, which I'll show you what the watch list looks like in a minute, to either charter a school within their district, close a school, do what we call transformation, which is to make a principal or leadership change in the school, or turnaround, which is to make changes in staff of about at least 50% of the staff. What we like to say to districts is that the school turnaround program is not these 4 models in that prescriptive way, because we do want to make sure that we're offering tailored services, and in some regard, these might not be the models. However, these are models, there are funds available, and we actually do think that they work. And so we're working with districts on their applications for these funds and making sure that we're supporting them in that way. Those funds, just as a piece of information, are going to be, the applications for those are due March 11th. We've already been injecting a completely different set of technical services around those funds that we've not done in the past, which is where we're doing things where we're pre-reading applications if districts want to submit them beforehand and giving comments. We're doing technical assistance workshops around the state. We set up a website where there's model application, model communication tools for superintendents that want to use how to talk about these models in their communities and with their stakeholders. So we're trying to offer a really intense level of support. You've all heard about the High Performing High Poverty Schools Initiative. This is also a really important part of the program. There are models of excellence in the state of Louisiana. We're going to talk a little bit more about what those look like and some numbers around what those are, but it's really important in our mind that when we see and can expose really great practices in parts of the state, that we offer assistance to those schools that are struggling. And so there's mentorship that these schools are offering. There's been visits to a lot of these schools by schools that are struggling, by districts, so that we can show that in fact these things that we're talking about are possible and there's people that are actually doing it. And then Louisiana Turnaround Specialists is actually a pipeline of turnaround leaders that we're building that districts can take advantage of. You all actually last week approved I think tentatively some allocations in 8G for this fund. This is a fund where we are going to work with districts, identify leaders around the state with competencies for turnaround, get them into a training program, help districts decide if they are in fact the right individuals, do a heavy, intense level of training, and even offer relocation and performance incentives to districts that want to use that using some of the state funds for that program. So we've got some programs there that we're really trying to help concentrate for districts that want to make some changes with the watch list schools. There's also a host of things in the Human Capital Office, which works in innovation as well, and those things are very closely tied and aligned. So I won't walk through all of them, but it's important to note that there's a comprehensive set of things, and the human capital is a big part of what needs to happen on the watch list schools and with turnaround, and we have access to those as well. And through Trailblazers, which is our district support arm, we have a mechanism now where we're creating a cadre of facilitators working with superintendents in some places specifically on the watch list schools to help mobilize all of the state services. So each district that's in the Trailblazer program has their own facilitator, and that facilitator is there to help districts figure out what specifically the challenges are with these schools and what services the state has in order to put into those districts, should the districts agree that those are the things that they want to do. So we're really trying to change the way we do business, be adaptable, be service-oriented, but at the same time make sure that people know what some of the best practices are that we know as a state and that other districts know as well. Just a little bit about the watch list itself. This gives you a very high-level breakout of the watch list. There's about 240 schools on the watch list. As you can see, probably to no surprise, the biggest number are in our highly concentrated urban areas, Caddo, EBR, and Jefferson. If you add all of the RSD schools on there as well, including the charters, that's also about another 13%. So 50% or so are in the four big urban areas in the state of Louisiana. We also have 9 districts that have at least 5 schools on the watch list. And so it's important as we talk about how to help the state and to work with districts and offer services that we're looking at the data and we understand where the schools are, what type of schools they are. And for the 3 districts that are going to present today, we're also going to show you a little bit of specific data about those 3 districts. One really, really important point about this particular slide, and because it's going to tee up the next part of the presentation, is that the average score of the schools on the watch list is 69 points. Okay? 69 points. And I'm sure you are aware, but for the audience's sake as well, the cut score for the RSD was at 60 up until last year when BESE approved a policy to move that to 65 and ultimately to 75. And so the schools on the watch list are all the schools that are between 60 and 75 school performance score right now. And the reason we call it the watch list is these are the schools that over time in the next 4 to 5 years, depending on when they get on the list, on the watch list, could be eligible for state takeover without improvement. And so that's why it's really, really critical, because we really, as the districts would attest to as well, don't want that to happen.
Rain, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The time period that the board decided to raise the bar from 65 to 75, that's over a 3-year period, correct?
I think it's over a 2-year.
2-year period?
2-year
period.
Mm-hmm.
And it was recommended, was it recommended by the superintendents or by that it be a 5-year? I thought it was 3 years.
Remember.
It's 2 years. That in the first year it would be 5 points.
Correct.
And the second year it would be 10
It
points.
would, correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're
Blue-
going up 5 points after year 1 and then 10 points in year 2, correct?
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, and just to clarify, that's what the AUS level will be.
Right.
So we have, and then you have 4 years after you go into AUS before you become
Okay.
eligible for the recovery school district. So any of the schools that are on the watch list today have 5 years before they would be eligible for takeover.
Correct.
Madam Chair, are BESE members allowed to ask questions in the
Yes,
presentation?
this is designed to be an informal
I got a
type
couple
of
of
dialogue. We have
Sure.
built-in time for BESE members to ask questions and to learn. So yes,
Thank
Ms.
you. I
Thompson.
have questions. The March 11th date for the SIG funds,
Yes, ma'am.
have the schools been, have the districts been notified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we know which applications are coming in. Are they just for those schools that fall within high, low performing?
The
Is
schools
the money
eligible are
just
the,
available for those schools?
yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Okay, and and that's $40 million? Or
Yes,
30
ma'am.
million, something like that? Okay. And on the turnaround specialist, what's the criteria for identification?
You know, actually, I'm going to ask Sheila Guidry to come up and tell you that. She actually is the one that manages that program for us in our office.
And with the time frame?
Mhm.
Good morning. The criteria is that the district superintendent nominates candidates for the program based on their credentials, their year's experience, and the amount of time they've been in the school. The ideal candidate has been assigned newly to a school, has been there less than 3 years, has at least 3 to 5 years of administrative experience, but not in that school, and has had some experience working with school improvement and some evidence that they've had success in increasing performance in the school. The guidelines for the turnaround specialist program started before the federal SIG application process started, but the guidelines for the program dovetail nicely with the SIG requirements, because the SIG requirements are the same, that the principal be in the school for less than 3 years. So LSTS is a nice support for a new principal that's been installed in a school that is receiving a SIG grant.
Okay, well, let me ask you just a question that I hope helps me with this. The low-performing schools are not going to identify a person for the turnaround specialist, are they?
No.
Okay, so the schools that are identifying people for this program are the high-performing schools?
The district staff.
No.
No.
The people who will go into the program are people who will, no matter who says it, the district superintendent, but they're coming from high-performing schools where they have been for 3 years. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. I'm saying that they have been assigned to low-performing schools and have been working in that school less than 3 years.
And that's the way the current structure
program
is. What we envision happening as well in order to support districts and schools on the watch list is working with districts to identify talent within the district that may or may not be in a school currently. Could be in a district office, could be an assistant principal, in some cases with our TAP schools, master or mentor teachers, and working with those districts to identify those as emerging leaders and have the potential to be principals, and actually allowing those individuals to also go into the program.
And I'm asking this for a number of reasons. One, does it affect the way that people are credentialed? And will this board have to have a policy change based on credentialing?
Mm-hmm. Great question. Right now it doesn't, but I would imagine over time it would be a great conversation to have, because we do envision having a cadre of turnaround specialist principals in the state of Louisiana, and so I think that's a great question to ask. And maybe probably having a year of experience with the program and working with districts on it would be a great question.
And we do have 12 certified school turnaround specialists in the state as a result of the 3-year pilot program.
And
that we
those
did.
are the people who are eligible for relocation dollars that you were talking about, or someone was talking about at the table? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So a district can request one of those persons today?
Right now, those individuals are already placed in schools, but they will,
Okay.
here's the challenge. The pipeline is just getting started.
I know.
So it's brand new. Yes, the idea is there'll be a pool, and as part of that pool, superintendents can request, they can interview, and then for people that want to go to one of those schools, the state would offer, in a subsidized way, a relocation incentive for them. But it's just getting off the ground now.
Now, Mr. Lee.
Can you clarify for me let's suppose the school has a school performance score of 70. Now, next year the cutoff score is going to be 75. Suppose that school has been in AUS for 1 year or 2 years. Does it mean, or 3 years? does it mean next year they would be eligible for state takeover?
Well, if they were at SPS 70 right now, they're not AUS. But that's if a school is presently AUS, even with the rising bar, if they're not above 70, if they're not above 65 this year, then they get another year added to their AUS years, right? So if you're AUS 1 right now, that means you're below 60.
Yeah.
If you don't rise above 65 this year, you're going to go to AUS 2 at the end of this year.
Yeah.
After next year, if you don't rise above 75, you're going to go to AUS 3,
Okay.
and then AUS 4 if you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they don't just automatically jump to AUS below 75 if they've been below 75.
But at 70.
And not in AUS.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
It would be their first year of AUS.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but an increase in the AUS score does not reset
Right.
any previous AUS status.
So it just continues from wherever they are in AUS, it goes up another year.
That's right.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Well, maybe I misunderstood something, because what I thought I heard was that the schools on the watch list would have 5 years, okay?
Right.
So
Well,
explain the 5-year window.
Yeah, because schools on the watch list right now are between SPS 60 and 75.
Right.
So they're not AUS, because this year's bar, or last year's bar was 60.
I got you.
Okay.
Right.
I'm listening to something.
Yeah.
And that's why it's intentionally referred to as the watch list, to keep it separate from the AUS list. Okay, we ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Keep going? All right. So the next slide is a really important slide, because what I had mentioned previously was that the average score of the schools on the watch list is 69. So one of the things that we want to be doing as an office, and one of the things that we're starting to do, and again, remember, a lot of this is new, is identifying proof points in the state of Louisiana. So we've taken a look at all of our schools in the state of Louisiana and looked at how many schools are there that in the last 3 years have made at least 6 points of growth. Okay? And one of the reasons, there's a couple reasons why this is important. One is it's important to establish an understanding collectively that this is doable, and what it actually takes in order to make this successful. And so being able to know that we have places in Louisiana where this has happened is really important for a couple reasons. A, again, to establish that it's possible, but B, to know where those places are, what do they look like, and what sorts of things are they doing in those schools. And so as you can see, we've got 86 schools in that category right now, and we put a few pieces of data points in there about those schools. One is we have them in every region in the state of Louisiana. So in every part of the state, whether it's North Louisiana, rural Louisiana, South Louisiana, there are schools that are making this kind of progress. We also wanted to look at the poverty rate, because sometimes I think we tend to wonder whether or not poverty is an indicator about whether students are being successful in some of these locations. And so it's interesting to note that in these particular schools, the poverty rate's actually higher. There's two other interesting things about this list that I don't have on here. One is, although they at least had to have 6 points of growth, the average growth of these schools is 9 points. Okay? So these schools in particular are averaging 9 points of growth over a 3-year period. 6 of the schools are TAP from 2007 to 2000. Yes, sir. Cumulatively. 6 of those schools are TAP schools. 6 of those schools have the Turnaround Leadership Program that you just heard about, that Sheila Guidry talked to you about. And 5 of those schools are part of the HPHP program. And that's an important point to note as well, because again, we have to be thinking about as a state, how are we leveraging where we know things are going well, and how are we leveraging the proof points that we have in the state of Louisiana. And if you go back to the first slide I talked about, we actually have TAP as one of the key pieces of work that we think make these schools successful, the Louisiana School Turnaround Specialist Program, and HPHP. So we were happy to know that actually in this 86, there was a good representation of those particular programs. The other thing is that of this list, there are 17 charters. So, sometimes we tend to think that charters are the only thing making a difference. Clearly, they're making a significant difference if you compare the percentage of 17 charters within the entire charter population. It shows that by and large, they're doing well as a collective, but that of the 86, there's also a lot of traditional schools in this list. So there's variations. And then the other thing is that that's really, I think, neat is there's huge variations in the starting point of the schools. So you have some schools that started in the 20s and some schools that started over 100. So it's interesting to see that no matter where the school is starting, you actually are seeing growth in these schools no matter what the practices are. And then the last piece of data is 25 of these schools actually were schools that if we define them today by being on the watch list, which means below 75 SPS, they would have been on the watch list today, but over the 3 years would have gotten themselves off the watch list. So 25 of the 86 schools are schools that would have been on the watch list had they not had the growth that they had. So again, I think it's important as a state, what are we looking at the data? How are we looking at it? How are we showcasing, A, that this is doable, and B, that there are certain things happening that we know that are making these things successful?
So I would like for board members to take in the question of, do you believe it's doable for schools on the watch list based on the data that you're hearing?
Okay. Mr. Lee, you have a question, a response?
I can give you a reaction.
Ms. Givens? Okay. Mr. Lee and then Ms. Givens.
I do think it's possible, but I don't think it's going to be easy for a lot of schools. They've got to really recognize they've got to do some things different. And that's, I think, getting that understanding across is going to be the difficult part. And then really being able to redirect priorities, resources in a way to address those low-performance schools. Not going to be easy. It can be done. There's still a lot of patronage, a lot of politics to trying to move people. And I'm going to make this comment now, even though it might not be the best time to make it, that, pardon me, I just personally put together a 1 hour long PowerPoint presentation. I gave some of it along this same line in Natchitoches, Mr. Pastrick, about a year ago when the superintendents met. But the whole theme that I'm saying to people, I just met with the statewide Supervisors Association in Marksville and presented it to them. Lots of questions, lots of concern. But the whole thrust is start with Jim Collins' book, The Good to Great, telling people that change is coming. Good is the enemy of great. That if you think you're good, you're never going to be great. You're never going to be one of these high poverty, high performance schools if you think you're already good. Collins says, get the wrong people off the bus and the right people on the bus. And folks, that's a big job. Big job. He says, don't worry about who gets the credit if you're going to be successful. Then I talk about the dissatisfaction that this country has with the results of public education. The statistics are there, and says we've got to do something different. It also indicates that the public is willing to support education, but they want a better education result program than what we have up to this point. I also talk about the national movement that is not going to go away. And what I'm really trying, and then I talk about the State Department of Education's reorganization, talk about the efforts now to help schools do a better job. And I think there's still a lot of doubt, there's a lot of mistrust, there's a lot of misunderstanding, but I think we're at a point now where we're going to see some real improvement. I believe we're the direction the department is taking now to get people to understand they're really going to help, because folks out in the fields have not seen State Department of Education people as helping. But I believe we're going to see that change. I think we're beginning to see it change. I think it's going to make a difference. It's not going to be easy, particularly with school systems getting in more difficult financial situations. That's going to make it difficult. But probably the biggest impediment of all is trying to get the right people in the right slots to make a difference. And I think that it's working. It's beginning to work. We've seen 7 school systems have volunteered for school-based budgeting, and I think those folks don't have the foggiest idea what they volunteered for. But at least they were willing, and I think that shows a direction toward a change in mindset. So I think we realize in Louisiana that it's time to find a way to improve education. And if we truly work together, rather than blame and condemn each other, we're gonna see some good things happen. And I also think that 4 years is long enough to have a failing school. And if you just can't, don't, or won't be able to make a change, it's time for somebody else to help see that change is made for the sake of the children.
Thank you, Walter.
I didn't intend to give such a...
Well,
No, that's great.
It needed, that is the purpose of this forum, is to be able to...
But I'm available on the speaking circuit.
You should do the next policy forum.
My consultant fees, I'll have my public relations director to share that with you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Givens, and I think Ms. Johnson has a question.
Thank you. Am I on?
Good morning.
Yes. Yeah, you're on.
Oh, you're on.
Good morning. New microphones. First of all, thank you, Rain and gentlemen, for this information that you provided us. I think the superintendent asked a question. The question was whether or not you believe school turnaround can work. And I don't think any of us would be here, Mr. Superintendent, if we didn't believe in school turnaround. That would be like saying that the children in Louisiana have absolutely no chance of ever achieving high standings in their educational environment. That being said, Rain, I would have been interested in seeing a growth breakout by types of school study. I'm particularly interested in the results of the HPHP schools. We suggested 2 years ago that these people would serve as models for school turnaround because of the circumstances under which they were working. And I think of all the groups you mentioned, this has been one of the most stable groups of educators in high poverty schools than some of the newer programs. Excuse me. I'm also interested in the fact that you said that some of these schools grew 9 points, whether they started at 30 or 100. And I think certainly the growth for the schools at 100 represents a different shift and a different application. And we also know that those gains are harder to make than the gains that are made at the other end of the achievement spectrum. So I'd be interested in knowing which models did what at each end, because I'm certain that those people at 100 are not using the same strategies necessarily as those at 30. And I think as we move forward, those are the kinds of things that we're going to have to look at when we're talking to individual school districts, so that we get a program or a group of programs that is more specifically geared to the circumstances in those programs. I think it is a step in the right direction. I'm certainly glad to see that we're finally looking at those schools who on their own have had successes dealing with high poverty youngsters, and I think they deserve a lot of recognition because these people often work with no additional money and no additional support. They've done it on their own.
Right.
And I'm really interested in knowing how they work and why what they do works. As far as your studies are concerned, I'd also like to know if you've done any correlation with children who have been in pre-K programs to see if the gains that they make in pre-K through 3 can be sustained 4 through 6.
Great question.
As I was coming in this morning, I was listening to talk radio, and I've forgotten where the speakers were from, but they were discussing the fact that urban youth have a tendency to achieve to 4th grade, and then it's as if the environment closes in on them, and they suddenly move away from the growth that they exhibited. And I think that's where the HPHP people come in, because they've had a chance to work in their communities and can tell us what works. I think this is an excellent start, and I'd just like you to think about some of the things that I'm raising.
Oh, absolutely. Those are fabulous questions, and we've just hit the tip of the iceberg in looking at the analysis, so we'd be happy to do that and give that actually to all the board members.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if it's okay, I'm going to keep going because actually, oh, there's another question? I'm sorry.
Mr. Bayard, I didn't see you, Mr. Bayard. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ms. Johnson, will you defer to Mr. Bayard since you've already questioned? I'll come back to you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Bayard, then Ms. Johnson.
One concern I have is in evaluating failing schools when a turnaround specialist attends or goes to the school for some time. Personnel issues are going to be at the top of the list. Mr. Lee alluded to that. Also, the money is probably going to be an issue. We don't want to just say money solves it, but it could very well be the district is underpaying teachers, and because of flight to neighboring districts, we've had proselyting is considered a word that's considered unethical. We haven't really had that in our state, but it's not difficult to look at a pay schedule in a neighboring parish and go teach there. Anybody can do it. So that's going to be an issue where we supplement in some kind of way a salary schedule to attract good teachers. And another issue is typically a low-performance school has terrible teacher turnover rates. I mean, teachers come and go, and so the teacher evaluation tool will not be usable that much there, because the teacher that taught the child in the 2nd grade could be gone, and the new teacher in the 3rd grade may have moved there from outside. You know what I'm talking about. So we're going to have to, I think, attack it with not our typical approach. We're going to have to dissect those scores and really dig down into that individual child in order to bring those scores up, because of some of these issues. I think in other words, I think our turnaround specialists are going to be on-the-spot teachers in essence. So but anyway, that's just an observation, and I know y'all are thinking about all that, but that's something that concerns me. Now remember this, years previous, we had DAT teams and distinguished educators and all that, but not once did they recommend a personnel decision. Not once.
Well, they weren't allowed to, is my
No,
understanding.
they weren't. Well, the law says they can, right?
Our own program didn't.
I need to know, what's the law say? Because if we can't do anything relative to personnel issues from a evaluation standpoint, then therein lies the problem.
Well, and I think once we get through the question, the next piece of it we're going to talk a little bit
Okay.
about is some of the practices we're seeing in these schools, and that'll touch on some of the points
Okay,
you're raising.
Let's do that.
I
Ms.
love
Johnson.
my brother. If he's a principal and he's a failure, I'm kicking him out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bayard. Ms. Johnson, and then we're going to stop questions and let Ms. Martin finish her
The
presentation.
superintendent asked the question, and his question was, can we do it? Well, the answer is absolutely. We've been able to see it. And so since I have the mic, it's not good to have the mic. I don't know how many of you saw what Ascension did, but it was in the paper. Lori, and I can remember going to that school, and I know the conditions of both of the schools there, but when you grow 28 points, and you still have we still have the audacity to say it's a failing school. That just truly blows my mind. They grew that much. Now, I understand that Patrice is going to encourage the people there to say, you continue to work even though you may get this particular, and that's fine. So what are the barriers to doing this? One, you got to change the mindset of people. You got to change the mindset. Two, you got to understand what the issues are. And I don't think the issues have been articulated well enough across the state for people to understand them. And when I was elected president of this board, I talked about something that's called the urgency of now, because I really, the fierce urgency of now. No, and they're not my words, they came from Martin Luther King, but lots of people use them now. But we are in a very serious situation, and so we've got to do it. We got something that we have to overcome, and I call it cherry picking, because there's a mindset in this state that this board and this state prefers some schools over others. That is the mindset, that we're very much, we will give all our money to charters. We support charters. We give them everything, and we're not concentrating on some of the other schools. We've got to change the mindset on that. But can we do it? Absolutely we can do it. I would not be sitting here if I didn't think we could do it. The proof is in the pudding. We have a number, and every year we seem to increase the number of high-performing, high-poverty schools, so undoubtedly we know how to do it. But if we keep it in these little silos and don't pass it to other people, then we are doing a disservice to the children of the state of Louisiana, and in my opinion, that is some of the things that we've done.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Good point. Ms. Martin,
Yes.
let's go ahead.
Thank you. All very good points. And
I'm going to the presentation.
I'm going to try to be quick through the rest, because I know you're anxious to hear from the districts themselves, who are all doing some pretty creative things as well. So if we go to the slide lessons learned, one thing we have started doing is looking at what some of the commonalities are among the schools that are seeing this kind of growth. And of course, looking at the RSD, because that is the state's turnaround entity as well. So if we look at all of those environments, and we were able to assist districts and assist schools and assist ourselves, understand what some of the frameworks are for what makes this kind of growth possible and successful. We right now have broken this out into 5 different categories. And we've, in your packet, actually, as one of the handouts, there's a one-pager that actually lists out what the individual practices are for each of these 5. I'll just highlight a few. Obviously, you all have touched on the fact that having human capital strategies is incredibly, A, difficult, and B, essential. And so thinking about, are you using value-added data, for instance, that's now available at the state, and looking at the effectiveness of the teachers that you have? Are you using that to do what teachers deserve around having tailored and specific professional development based on their individual needs? Are you looking at alternative certification? We have found a lot of districts are doing a lot of this. Some districts haven't thought through some of these things. So actually being able to help craft some human capital strategies. Autonomy for school leaders. Now this, of course, is a big one, and only works when you have the right leader in the building, which is incredibly important. But the theory and what we're seeing with a lot of these principles are, if they are good and they are doing these 5 practices, then they actually are the type of leader that you want to give some decision making to. If decisions are made at the school and take into account the individual characteristics of the school with a leader who's capable, we're finding that that's also a common trend in some of the schools that are more successful. The HPHP principles are a great example of that, where these guys, when you just meet one of them, they're so amazing, so phenomenal. There's no reason you wouldn't want to give them some ability to make some decisions at the school level for their kids. Number 1, what I like to say, even though we have it third, it's actually, I think, the most essential, and this gets to Mr. Lee's point, you have to have an effective leader in the building. There has to be someone, and we've got in our documents the competencies of what that could look like. We're helping districts actually do rubrics helping them set up interviews for how to identify who those individuals are. This is one of the toughest because as a nation, there's a shortage of individuals who can do this. So this isn't just a Louisiana problem, but it is something that we have to work on together, and why we want to have the LSTS program at the state. Proven instructional strategies. Obviously, you've got to have a curriculum that's aligned to the state standards. You have to be able to be doing benchmarking in your classroom, doing extended learning time, and that doesn't just mean extending the day or year, which we actually do think are good practices, but a lot of times districts are telling us, can you look at our schedules? We're not sure if we're actually using the day as much as we can to maximize learning time. And then, of course, job-embedded professional development. This is a lot of what TAP is about, being able to have common learning time with clusters of teachers that is routine and focused on the specific needs of kids. If you've got these 5 things, what we've been saying as a state, based on the learnings we're seeing in our interactions with districts, is this is a recipe for high growth in the school. Are they hard? Absolutely. Are they challenging? Without a doubt. But we do think these are the 5 things. And then the last thing, again, because I don't want to take up much more time, is one piece of the puzzle we've also been talking a lot about, which is a newer thing, is what is it that districts can do? Okay, districts have a huge role to play. A lot of times I think we talk about school level, which is really where the action is and where change needs to occur as well. But there are things that districts must do to support schools. Just like the state is thinking of itself as how we can support districts, we're also working with districts to be thinking more creatively about how are you a school improvement entity in and of yourself. And there's 3 things around that. And again, you all have touched on them eloquently. One is human capital. You know, it's very hard for a school to manage their own human capital. They can't really do that. But as a district, you have to help set up the structures. You have to give them a good pipeline, help them identify talent, give them tools to do evaluations, make sure, for instance, that you're not holding these big professional development days in the middle of school that are taking time away from the classroom. Resource targeting. I think Mr. Lee hit on this one as well. There's some really tough decisions that people have to think through about, are there things that we need to be realigning resources to into these schools, which is very hard to do, especially if that hasn't been happening for some time. Are there some teachers that are really good in other schools, and should they be moved over? Again, there's barriers and complications to that, but these are the type of conversations we think people should be having about what the district's role is. And then flexibility and accountability. You know, if you've got a really great school or a really struggling school, sometimes having a set of district-wide policies that don't take into account the individual characteristics of a school can also not be helpful to a school. So how do you assure that leaders know they are in fact accountable for outcomes and for growth, but also complement that with a set of flexibilities they can have about maybe how they could spend their money, how they can allocate their staff. We're finding lots of districts who do a fabulous job letting principals pick staff. We're finding some, not as many we think as we should, who also give principals the ability to say, I'd rather have a coach than a librarian. Again, that's an example of the type of flexibility that we're talking about. So we also think there's a big role that districts can play as well. That's really important. So with that, I think, unless there's any other questions for this presentation, maybe we should shift over to the individual presentations.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, since we've had a lot of questions at this point. Let's hear from the districts, and that will allow us to have time to have some question and answers with the individual members of the district. Board members, are you comfortable with that? Ms. Givens? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, great.
Okay,
So here's what we'll do. We'll invite our partners up, one district at a time to start. We ask them to come thinking about 3 questions. Number 1, why are you motivated now to do this work? Number 2, what are sort of the top 2 to 3 big elements you're considering at a district level to support your schools in this work? And then number 3, where do you need or where are you seeking assistance? You know, what would you like more information on? So how we'll do this is we'll first call Ascension Parish up. We invited 3 different districts. because these three districts have all had recent changes, either politically or in terms of personnel, and they have reached out to the state and are partnering with the state on how to start doing school turnaround. So that's why we've called these three districts. What we'll do is we'll have Russell, as they're coming up, just give you a 30-second overview of the district at a high level, and then each of those districts will make a little commentary, and then we'll go through all three, and then we'll have a chance to ask questions of all of them. Does that work?
Okay, that sounds like a good plan. Thank you.
So Ascension, if you want to come on down.
Good morning, Board. My name is Russell Armstrong. Of course, as Ray was saying before, she was nervous about this being the first inaugural policy board forum, but this is not only the first inaugural one, but also my first time presenting the BESE, so hopefully I don't trip up too much.
We won't be hard on you today.
All right, I appreciate it.
And I also want to know how much more than 12 are you?
Slightly older than 12.
I'm looking at Mr. Lee said his child can't be more than 12 years old, and he's going to teach us something.
Were you excused from school today to be here?
I did. I'm not sure if I got a pass to get here today.
Okay, let's go, Russell.
All right. We were brought up first Ascension schools, and these are all these districts here today are districts that we've been working with, and we wanted to give a framework for one of the things that we offer support is actually looking at some of their data and thinking about working with the districts to think about what are some ways that they can help work with their schools and support their schools as a district. So here we have Ascension schools, who's one of the higher performing districts in the state. However, what they have is they have a large disparity between their schools that are on the watch list and schools that aren't on the watch list. And so you can see that both here in the terms of their SPS scores and looking at the poverty rate of their schools that are on the watch list versus their schools that aren't on the watch list. So this is something that, of course, is concern to us and concern to them as well, and something that they're trying to work towards. Additionally, for their schools on the watch list, we've noticed that in ELA and math, while they've had some gains in math scores, some of their scores in certain grades, such as grade 8 and grade 4, are still show a gap from the success that they've seen in terms of their high school LEAP scores. In terms of ELA LEAP scores, we've noticed that the percent of students who are basic and above has been slowly declining, although there have been some spikes in terms of high school scores and grade 4 scores. But in grade 8, they've shown a steady increase, which is showing improvement. However, it's still of concern to us, and we would like to help push them forward in certain areas. So these are things that we notice, and I'm sure that they know as well and would like to speak to about how they plan on addressing these concerns.
Okay, Ms. Patrice Peugeot, did I get that right? Okay, please begin.
Sure. First of all, what we've been doing around the idea of helping our watch list schools specifically, our strongest turnaround effort has been TAP. In two of our schools, Lori Intermediate and Donaldsonville High, we implemented TAP 3 years ago. And indeed, we have had strong success in those schools, as Ms. Johnson indicated. I hope some of you did see the article in the Advocate on Sunday. We've really had some growth, and so we started slow with just those two schools because we wanted to make sure that indeed this was a model that would work for us. And we got our first payout and first TAP value-added schools this fall. And so having seen the pre-course data that was we were anticipating with it, we did add 2 more schools to TAP this year. So our 4 watch list schools are in TAP, 2 in their first year, 2 in their third year. But what we see with the model is it works extremely well, but it takes a lot of support. When you talk about autonomy for schools, our schools have a ton of autonomy in this model to make it work, but they can't do it by themselves. It requires a ton of district support to make the implementation of the model work well. And then we're looking at, we have 4 watch list schools, but we have 7 schools below 90. And so when we think about turnaround, we're not just thinking about our watch list schools. We're thinking about every school that's below 90, maybe every school below 100. It's unacceptable that we have schools in the mid-120s and then schools in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. So, we're really pushing to get all of our schools at least above 100. And so as we're looking at this and thinking about the kind of support that we've been giving to our TAP schools, and if we're going to expand TAP to as many as 5 or 6 schools total for next year, we realize we're going to have to provide support in a different way than we've been providing it. So it is, what we've done is we've met with our principals in the 7 schools that are below 90 and started identifying areas that were unique to their school around which they might need support as we either more deeply implement TAP or start TAP in their schools or work within whatever structures they have for school improvement. The other thing we did is we asked the principals to identify personnel based on value-added data that we're now getting for the first time as a pilot district. Who's not adding value on your campus? And, you know, what do we need to do about that? And so we're trying to devise strategies around this personnel issue that Mr. Lee so eloquently brought up. You've got to have the right people in the building. And so that's an area of support that I think is important that districts can give schools, because districts can help schools figure out what is your strategy with any employee that needs to not be at that building. What is your strategy for moving them elsewhere? You know, either regardless of what the reasoning may be. Maybe they would work better with another type of child. Maybe teaching's not for them. You know, what is it that is the issue, and what do we need to do around it? And that's an area that the district needs to give a lot of support to schools in. So what we're considering from our dialogue with these principals and from our work with the department and Trailblazers is we're really exploring the possibility of the creation of a turnaround office in Ascension Parish to serve all of our schools that are below 90. And so that would be 7 schools that we would cluster into a turnaround zone. And we're in the initial stages, but we did bring a couple of slides today to show you what we think it could look like. And we're just planning. We're bringing this to our. We've had some dialogue with our board about the need to provide more support, but our school board hadn't even seen this slide we're getting ready to show you. You know, so I just really want to tell you this is very early days for us and simply planning capacity. And we're creating these images because we are indeed applying for a school improvement grant for one of our low-performing schools. And as a part of that grant, we're hoping to create this structure for turnaround and leverage what happens in that school to the other schools that we think need turnaround.
Madam President? I know she's going to go on, but I need just a point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
For the geographically challenged, I know where Ascension Parish is.
Right.
But Donaldsonville, Garyville.
Not Garyville. Donaldsonville is the part of our parish that's on the west side of the river, and everything else is on the east side.
Okay.
And our 4 watch list schools are all in Donaldsonville.
Okay.
And then our 3 schools that are below 90 are in the Gonzales community.
Gonzales?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That was really what I need to know. So now I have a picture in my mind.
Sure.
As to right where you are. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Givens. Go ahead.
What we would like to see happen is that we would really create, and whether it looks just like this or not, but we would really want to create a school turnaround office, a district turnaround office, where we would provide specific support to those 7 schools. We would cluster those schools together. They would not go through our usual chain of command. Instead, these 7 schools would really be, we would provide someone from our office as a internal partner for that school. And so no matter what they need, they have a go-to person who can clear the stuff out of the way and help them move forward. Talk about autonomy for the principal. What I would see is the principal has autonomy coupled with this support person from our office, and that support person has the wherewithal to move the barriers out of the way so the principal can get the resources he or she needs. I would line this office up immediately under me so they'd have direct access to me at all times. We're looking at hopefully through reallocation of current dollars, we can add a position. That's what I need to continue dialogue with my board around. But even if we don't add a position, most of these positions would be repurposed from our current central office personnel. And they would just, our current central office personnel would work differently than they do now. And we're really looking at identifying those people in our office who have the greatest capacity to provide instructional support, to provide navigation of resources, to provide just the kind of help around personnel issues, all of these things that we've been talking about. If you think about the 5 areas that Rain shared with you, you know, Ms. Johnson asked what we've been doing at Laurier Intermediate. Those are really the 5 areas we're working on. Mm-hmm. And this office, it would be working on those 5 areas across these schools. But an important piece is that what I see happening is that as you have collaboration around these 7 schools, the best practices will be shared among those schools, but there are also some practices that are going to need to permeate the district. And so this structure would allow that to happen. And additionally, what I would see is that my message to everybody in our organization is, with these 7 schools, whatever they need, they get. You know, that we just break through whatever we need to break through. And so HR has to be responsive to this group of schools. Business services has to be immediately responsive to this group of schools. And again, as you struggle as a State Department and as a board with creating a culture of service to districts, we are working at creating a culture of service to schools. My mantra is, there is no job in our office that exists for any purpose but to serve kids in school buildings. And so if we don't understand that, then we shouldn't be here, you know. So it's, how do you recreate a culture around true service, and with the most immediate need being for these 7 schools, because they're the ones most in need of service. The next slide, please.
Hey, one point, if you don't mind. Mrs. Superintendent, do you need to ask a question now?
No, when she's finished.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please continue.
So basically, what we'd be looking at is taking, you know, this on the right side of the screen is basically what you would consider a typical structure, and how do we repurpose and redirect those people to serve these schools. There's a challenge, of course, in that it's not like those people standing around right now twiddling their thumbs. They have lots of work that they're doing, you know. Benchmark assessments still need to be revised. Curriculum still needs to be looked at yearly with the district as a whole. You know, support for one-to-one pilots and the myriad number of things that happen in a district still have to happen. But we believe that we can rethink how we do some things in the district, rethink the role of some of these people, still keep those irons in the fire, and repurpose these people to spend much of their time in these low-performing schools. And so that's kind of our thought process at this point. We really are wanting to have a partner for that principal, to give the principal the support he or she needs for success in the school. We also want a lot of autonomy for removal of personnel who are not adding value. Like I said, that might look different depending upon who the person is, but that has to be a piece of how we do this. And we have found we've moved some people out of our low-performing schools. Sometimes it's not that they're not good teachers. They may not be they may not be the right match for that particular environment and to work in a low-performing school. Sometimes we've made some moves that have been very productive for the teacher and for us as a district into a different type of setting where the teacher has done extremely well. So, you know, it's a different solution. Some people think you just come in and fire all the teachers, but it's a different solution depending on the unique situation. We really are looking at a partnership with Teach for America to assure we have a pipeline of talent to continue to put into our schools. You know, and our principals now already have total autonomy for hiring and a lot of autonomy for how they use that personnel once they hire them and what kind of positions they want. They also have a lot of autonomy while we have a district curriculum based on the Louisiana comprehensive curriculum. We give these schools a lot of autonomy. One of these schools called and sat with us and laid out a math program that they thought would be better for their students than what we're using district-wide. No problem. They had great rationale. They had a good reason. It was research-based. Go for it. So, you know, we try to give these schools as much autonomy as possible around those arenas with support for making it happen effectively. It is important for us that we really have strong partnership with teacher advancement program, and I think that this nascent partnership that we're beginning with Teach for America is going to be a good piece for us as well. We really think that the collaboration among these schools is an important piece, and that's the main reason I really need to pull a new person in to help facilitate that collaboration amongst all of these principals and partners, internal partners, to assure that whatever struggles, whatever challenges, whatever best practices, we're sharing them, we're figuring out ways to get around them, we're figuring out ways to work through them. What we need from the state is continued technical support and professional development support around turnaround effort. We've been braiding funds for TAP in our district since we've gotten it. We've used HEAP funds, TIF funds, ARRA, Titles 1 and 2, special ed. You know, we've braided a ton of funds around that. As I shared, we're applying for a SIG grant for one of our schools, and we're going to try and leverage those funds if we get it for a more, not only to implement this, but for a more aggressive TAP implementation. So we've really done a lot of leveraging of the funds we have. But what we're looking at and what we're working with our people on is how do you take these federal dollars that are going away and really this becomes the culture of how we do business and how do we finance it. And so we're looking at if we have, I mean, obviously ARRA is going away, but, you know, if we don't have any more HEAP dollars, if we don't have, when TIF goes away, as these grants move on, what is the sustainability piece? And so that is a piece that we've been working hard on with our federal programs people, within our own general fund budget. How do you keep it going? You know, and so that's another piece that will be a struggle for us and that we will continue to work on. But that's where we are at this point.
Well, it's been an excellent presentation.
I think it's in keeping with the national research
Yes.
on how to, you know, from everything I've read and researched on how to support schools. It will be a journey of how do you really provide the support, how do you change the culture, both within those schools that need changing. Not all of them do. We have some that have a ripe culture for continuous improvement. And within the central office as a sense of servant leadership, but we think it's doable.
Well, thank you. That was a great presentation. Superintendent, I think, has a couple of comments? No, he doesn't. Okay.
If we could, maybe it would be helpful, because I want to get a flavor from all three districts, and then maybe we could bring them up as a panel, and y'all could kind of talk through each, if that's suitable to you.
It's suitable to me. Is it suitable to board members? Okay, that's the plan.
All right, so let's bring.
Thank you, Patrice.
Let's bring Madison up. We'll do Madison, and then we'll do Baker. And Russell will go ahead and start talking about Madison as they make their way to the table, and then they'll give a quick high-level overview of what they're doing.
Yeah, and best members, Russell, I believe you're one of the fellows. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, I'm one of the
Tell us a little
Reform
bit about
Fellows.
yourself, because I think there's some interest.
Okay. Well, I'm a Reform Fellow. I'm originally in the state of Louisiana, but I'm originally from Delaware, from Wilmington, Delaware. I went to school in Chicago at Loyola University and in Philadelphia at the University of Pennsylvania. I'm a former educator. I used to teach. I'm also a core member for Teach for America. I did 2 years of teaching in Miami, Florida. I helped start a charter school there after I finished my core teaching. and then I've been an administrator at a charter school in Chicago.
Wow, I think he has a lot of experience for such a young guy. I think we have been introduced, board members, to some other fellows that are working within the department, and we're delighted to meet you also. So go ahead, let's start.
Madam President,
Yeah, Ms. Givens.
may I ask, again, for the geographically impaired, that while we know where the parishes are, if you could tell us some of the towns that are in your parish,
Sure.
so that I can get just an idea. I know who the parishes. I don't always know where they are either in North Louisiana.
That's a good point. Thank you.
All right. We will make sure to bring that up. Just to give a little short introduction for Madison Parish Schools. So Madison Parish Schools have 4 schools that are on the watch list. However, all of those schools have been improving in SBS growth over the past 4 years. And some of them are actually off of the watch list, but 2, Madison Middle and Madison High, are still included as watch list schools. Now, both have shown growth, but there's a little bit of disparity between the 2 schools that aren't on the watch list. They have a high poverty rate like some of our other districts and smaller districts across the state that is higher than the state average. However, their schools have still shown to be able to improve despite that poverty rate. However, their LEAP scores have risen but fallen at times, especially in ELA, and in math they've kind of leveled out for a bit. So although their schools have been improving, it still causes some concern for the school turnaround office and for the district as well, so that we want to make sure that they're continuing their efforts to improve their schools, but also being mindful of the areas where they may need to focus their efforts going forward. And I'm sure they're willing to speak about those efforts that they're doing right now.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, we will. My name is Patricia Candler. I am from Madison Parish, and the town that's in, or city in the Madison Parish area is Tallulah. I am the assistant superintendent / chief academic officer, and we're here today to kind of discuss some of the improvements that we've made and things that we're excited about doing in the upcoming year. And I have with me Florence Perry, who's the special ed supervisor.
Good morning.
Gloria Henderson, elementary supervisor.
Morning.
And Deetra Griffin, which is the secondary supervisor.
Good morning.
Okay. Ms. Henderson.
In answer to our first question, we would like to say that as a district, we've always been motivated to do something different to educate our students. I think what's different is the fact that we're now better to deal with the challenges that we face as a district. We've put many new initiatives in place that have produced gains in student achievement. An example of this would be that in the past 2 years, we have replaced the principal at each of our schools, and 2 of these principals are currently participating in the state's turnaround program. Also, in the last few years, we've been able to select from a pool of trained and qualified teachers, and that has let us be able to obtain a better selection of certified and highly qualified teachers to educate our students. We've always been motivated to do something different for our schools because this is an opportunity for us to turn around our struggling school district and to improve the quality of education that we have for our students. Another motivating factor would also be the accountability system. Currently, the accountability system calls for continuous improvement in student achievement, attendance, and the dropout rate. And because of this, our scores are going to improve because, of course, the stakes are so much higher. We want to be competitive with other districts. Our goal, of course, is to become one of those high-performing, high-poverty schools. And we think we have people in place at this time who are willing to put in that extra time and make sure that this takes place. We feel that at this time, our hard work and efforts are beginning to pay off, and we are seeing that, through our student improvement.
And for the next question, that's what are the 3 to 5 most important actions you're considering to make dramatic change in your school starting next year?
Excuse me, could you move the mic over? Thank you.
You're welcome. First, we are applying for one of the SIG grants, and we are hopeful that we will receive it. Also trying to utilize the 21st Century Community Learning Center grant. We're going to apply for that to help with our after-school and during-school tutorial for further remediation and also enhancement of skills. And then applying for improving literacy through school libraries grant. So we're looking at grants to help us to assist with things that we're already doing. And also we have 2 principals that are currently in the school turnaround program at ULM. And we would like to start an academy so those 2 principals can collaborate and share the knowledge that they've gained, trying to get upcoming persons that are interested in being principals so that we can try to hire persons that are within the district. We have such a hard time with teacher turnover, but with the last 2 to 3 years, we have really had a better pool of applicants using our Teach for America teachers, our foreign associate teachers, and as well as interviewing some of the applicants from the RSD. Now, I must say, with the applicants that we had, once we gave our salary base, it was kind of hard. We really didn't get any RSD applicants, but we did interview probably about 40 people. And I'm just going to say one of the difficulties, 22 miles away, the salary is $10,000 to $12,000 miles. I mean, $10,000 to $12,000 difference. And 60 and even 35 miles away, it's the same. So that is a barrier that we have. And the third thing that we're doing would be some of our best practices. And with the best practices, we're utilizing our response to intervention. And with response to intervention, the DE has helped to train a cohort of teachers. And the interesting thing about it, as she talked about all of the differentiated instruction, teachers kept asking questions. And they went to her and told her, we're ready, we're ready. So there were a pool of 10 teachers at the middle school level. And when the scores came out last year, you could tell what teachers were actually in that cohort training. And so now others are, wait a minute, what did you do? We need to come aboard. But the highest was the social studies went from 46% of the students to 83% scoring basic and above.
Wonderful.
Yes. And also the science had a pretty good spike. Also utilizing the professional learning communities, the teachers collaborate twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and they talk about specific topics or needs that they have, real needs within their classrooms and for their students. They look at student work, the wows and the wonders, trying to decide, okay, what made him respond this way or what made them respond that way. So they're actually trying to look at the piece and see what did not connect or why the skill wasn't grasped. And then looking at the data-driven decision making. Here we're using our Eagle testing, putting up our data walls, and students are very interested in knowing, well, what does that mean? Well, I didn't get this GLE. Well, when will I be retaught? Or what are you going to do differently to help me? So they're actually trying to take some accountability for what they're doing because they're actually seeing it up. And classes want to be competitive. This class outscored that class, or this student outscored that class, and then trying to give some incentives for those things, even with those that may be working below level, having incentives for them as well. Meaningful engaged learning. Here, using more hands-on activities so that the students will be meaningfully engaged and they can find connections and real-world situations that connect them to the lessons. The utilization of outside firms, consultants, and I'm going to say JVHM as one of the things, using the teacher coaches that are doing some modeling and co-teaching with our teachers. Also, use of the Recovery School District personnel coming in and sitting and talking with us, actually monitoring and giving us areas of strengths as well as areas that need to be strengthened. Our benchmark testing, constantly done, utilizing adolescent literacy, having job-embedded professional development, also using that district vertical collaboration where we're trying to talk to among the grade levels, elementary, middle, high, and see where those gaps are in an effort to close the gaps, and then more support for our inclusion students.
What type of assistance or collaboration do we need most or seek the most? First of all, we're very appreciative for the help that we received from the State Department thus far. We have 3 areas that we're seeking help. We need assistance from the RSD, and this is in the area of recruitment of certified and highly qualified teachers in our area. As Ms. Griffin has spoken before, it's been very hard for us to recruit teachers.
Wait, slow down a little bit.
It has been very hard for us to recruit teachers from the neighboring parishes with competitive salaries.
Okay.
So we need their support. We also need district technical assistance, monitoring, and support with a commitment to greater student achievement. We're very appreciative. We are looking to create a network of dialogue with districts with similar things in common with us. We'd like to find out what they're doing in their district and how they're receiving success. We know they're a small district like we are. We want to find out what they're doing and try to get their help. We also like to provide ongoing high-quality professional development in Madison Parish. We'd like to have more professional development in our district right there in Madison. Many times we have to travel to North Louisiana to come to Baton Rouge or whatever. We'd like to have something different in our district. We incorporated something different this year, Dr. Candler, through Title I. We're using courseware, and we're bringing a lot of the professional development to Madison Parish. And we really like that, and we appreciate to have more efforts like that.
Okay, that's basically where we are.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it was a great presentation. I'm sure BESE members have some questions. We'll start. Go ahead and start on this end. Oh, that's right. I keep trying to get there. I'm sorry. I'm not staying on task. Thank you very much, and we'll have some questions for you in just a little while. Thank you.
Can I say that was an excellent presentation?
It was an excellent presentation.
We'll bring Baker up. One thing I want to point out to you all that you have at your desk is just to, as Baker's coming to the table, and then we'll let Russell give an overview of them, is the revenues that these districts receive. I think that's something that, as we get into questions, we can talk more about. But if you'll see on the sheet, you have Ascension Parish and Baker are basically about the same. Ascension's getting about $11,049 per student in terms of per pupil revenue. City of Baker is around $11,500, and then Madison, we may need to look into why this is a blip, but it's $14,576 per pupil revenue. And so that we just wanted to have that as a context for other questions. But we'll turn it to Russell for Baker.
Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include local revenue? Is that inclusive?
Yeah, it must be.
It must be?
Is it all sources?
All sources? Yeah, he's saying
Mr. Meyer, all sources, federal, state, local?
The other question, the other lady mentioned RSD personnel. Who would that be?
That would be RSD Louisiana, Ms. Westbrook.
Good job.
Yeah. And they also mentioned that they have I believe, the services of a distinguished educator. That's correct. Okay. And it sounds like that's. We do. Not as many as we used to. Okay. Welcome, Baker. And Russell?
So to introduce City of Baker schools, and here we have some information about them as well. Baker City schools have been showing improvements in SPS scores early on in some years, but however have some dip over the last year in their SPS scores across the district. All of Baker's schools are on the watch list, and they have the similar situation with their poverty rate, that they have a high poverty rate, which is higher than the state average, although they're a smaller district. In terms of student loss, one thing that both the state and the City of Baker is concerned about is the fact that they've been losing students to neighboring schools and districts over the past few years, as you can see on the graph highlighted at the bottom of this page. And so that's an area of concern which they've been trying to address with their current plans, and one that the school turnaround office is trying to assist them with.
What is their total enrollment in the district? What is the enrollment in the district?
Current enrollment's around over 1,800.
Okay, thank you.
So here you can see that their LEAP scores have, again, risen but fallen recently across for both ELA and in math. And so with that, it raises some concern about how scores are either going flat or starting to decline, again, with the loss of students in their district, and with SPS scores falling. it seems that now would be a time to come up with an intervention strategy, both from City of Baker and in collaboration with the school turnaround office. So I'll leave them to explain what their planning is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Armstrong. And let me say good morning to all. What I'd like to do is introduce the folks at the table with me and also talk to you.
I need you to speak a little closer to the mic, please.
Thank you. Let me say good morning again. And what I'd like to do is introduce the folks at the table with me and also introduce our school board members. I'm Ulysses Joseph, interim superintendent for the City of Baker school system. We have with us our president, President Dana Carpenter, our secondary director, Dr. Diet Perry, elementary director, Ms. Iris Walker, and our school board members in the rear. We have our vice president, Ms. Elaine Davis.
Thank you.
Ms. Shauna Boxey. Okay, that's it. Oh, I'm sorry. We have one on the end over here, Ms. Doris Alexander.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we thank you all for being here.
Yes, ma'am. The question would be, why are we here? Well, first of all, our scores has dipped, and we want to do something about it. We have a great student body. We have a great community. Our parents are great. Our school members are great. But we have a little problem, and as I mentioned before, our schools' SPS scores have dipped. So the question is, well, what are we doing about it? Well, on our own, and I want to thank the school board since they're here this morning, we have restructured our schools. We're going to do a double dose of PD, professional development, and we want incentives for our teachers and also our students. To react to the three questions that Mr. Meyer sent to us, I'm going to ask our directors to react to those three questions.
Why are we motivated to do something different with our schools? Our students are great, and we would like to ensure that our students have every opportunity to gain a quality education and become valuable citizens. In addition, our parents, community, and school board leaders expect better results from our schools.
Why do we believe now is the time to turn around schools in our system? We cannot continue to do the same thing and expect different results. Time is now for change.
What are the most important actions we are considering to make dramatic change in our schools starting next year? The first, restructure elementary schools. Restructuring our elementary schools will do the following: increase academic growth of students by decreasing school transitions in our school district, increase parental opportunities from 2 to 3 years of involvement to 6 to 7 years of involvement. Also, we anticipate strengthening our homeschool relationships with the restructuring of our elementary schools, increase vertical alignment planning opportunities for teachers, and also to increase teacher retention with increased staffing options.
Secondly, we will implement the City of Baker School System's first magnet school, which will be Park Ridge Academic Magnet School. By doing so, we hope to attract high-achieving students to the district and or that particular school. And also, by doing so, we will offer a rigorous and challenging curriculum to promote above proficiency student achievement, thus resulting in improved school and district performance scores.
Also, we will incorporate dramatic change in our schools by aligning the STEM initiative district-wide, pre-K through 12, and STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and music. We would like to accentuate the positive that is already occurring in our district and highlight music as well. So as you see, we will implement the STEM components elementary through high school.
What type of assistance and collaboration do we need or seek? Pretty much like Ms. Martin articulated, from your human capital office, teacher recruitment, retention type strategies, school staffing strategies, I should say, administrator recruitment, retention, job embedded professional development, that talent pipeline, comprehensive evaluation systems, everything pretty much articulated through that human capital office. I don't know if
Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, how would you like to go about doing this? We can, since we have the Baker School representatives here, we can start with Baker, or we can ask for a representative from each of the districts to come and have conversations. Mr. Meyer, what do you recommend?
Yeah, I think if we had a couple representatives from each district come, and then we could talk through some of the different elements, maybe human capital strategy.
It sounds like there can be some sharing of ideas, and some districts seem to be further along in their school improvement plans than others. So if each district would, do we have 6 chairs? 1, 2, 3, 4. If each district would send up 2 individuals to the table, then we'll begin some dialogue. 1, 2.
Gentlemen, don't leave.
Yeah, please don't leave. Please, yeah, 2 from Baker, 2 from Madison. 2 from Ascension. And 2 from Ascension. Okay.
That's what I've been telling them.
Okay, board members, I'd like for you to maybe, let's try to collect your questions and address them at one time. Is there any board member that is prepared with questions? I have a feeling both of you were. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to start at this end. Ms. Givens, and we'll go to Ms. Johnson.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank the representatives from the Baker School District. Y'all didn't provide me a geographically challenged notice, but I happen to know where Baker is. I attended Southern University, so I know exactly where you are. I want to say, though, that I believe the information and the format, and maybe it's because you're further along, ladies from Madison Parish, I think that you gave us a lot to think about, and perhaps some of the things that you mentioned in what you're doing in your community is something that we need to share, perhaps through a round table and certainly through the rebroadcast with other school districts. I found, and I don't know where you are in the process, so maybe that would be a place to start. How long have you been involved in using these turnaround strategies?
I would say at least 4 to 5 years, not all of them.
The mic, in the mic.
Oh, sorry. At least 4 to 5 years. Maybe not all of the strategies, but most of them we have.
So that's why your programs are really so seriously fleshed out, because you've been at this for a moment. Ladies from Ascension, and pardon me for not having all the names. I'll get better as we move along. How long have you been involved in this turnaround program?
First of all, I want to introduce Ms. Jennifer Tullton, who is our Director of School Improvement. We have used our TAP structures for 3 years in 2 schools, and this is our first year in TAP in 1 school. And then what we showed in terms of trying to create a different kind of district support, we haven't done yet. We are just, that is simply a initial plan that we're bringing to our board to try to implement.
Okay, and gentlemen from Baker, how long have you been, and maybe we need one of the ladies at the table, because I understand the superintendent from Ms. Johnson just told me you've only been on the job 6 months. Less than that. Oh, less than 6 months. I'm sorry. So maybe we need to have one of the ladies who have been there for a moment, or unless you can tell me how long this program has been in place in your school system.
I don't see much in the way of programs in Baker. I see some very broad intents.
Right.
Yeah, but
so we've got 3 snapshots.
We do have 3 snapshots, and I think and 3 districts with that. I think even I would say with Ascension that while you have been doing some things for a considerable amount of time, that y'all are. Really, many of you are in the infancy stages of school turnaround, and in Baker, you seem to be a newborn.
Well, let me just say it this way: we have had an opportunity to dialogue with some of the folks in HSPI, I think it is, and we're contemplating looking at the people in teacher advancement TAP pretty soon. So we have not had an opportunity to deal structurally with either one of the different groups.
Do you see some obstacles to being able to, I mean, that Ms. Johnson said, I hope that there is a sense of urgency, and since there are some very valuable and effective strategies out there, as far as, do you see any obstacles within your board or within your community to get moving?
Well, not within the board, but I can tell you some of the models require you to do away with at least 50% of your faculty, your principals, et cetera. We are very, very small, and therefore we have not had an opportunity to develop other entities that could soak up, if you might use that word, any of the persons that we might have to displace. You know, like East Baton Rouge, I'm just going to use them. There are a number of programs in East Baton Rouge where some of the persons, if they're displaced or laid off or whatever, you can send those persons to. We only have 5 schools, and therefore it makes it very, very difficult to do anything with the people that you might have to put somewhere else.
Madison, how many schools do you have? Schools. You have 4, okay. So it is possible. Difficult, but possible.
Well, does Madison have to lay off half of its school personnel? Or did you just work with staff improvement activities?
We didn't lay off. We got creative and found ways of keeping the staff that we had.
And you did a lot of retraining and retooling.
Okay, I used my mic as authority, and I apologize. Let's get back to Ms. Givens and Ms. Johnson.
That's okay. I think it's working well for purposes of discussion, but I think that, it's good to hear that this is also a small school district that recognized that if it was required to lay off at least half of its teacher personnel, that they would be in a worse situation because of their inability to attract new personnel, because of the salary issue that you raised. And so I think then we could perhaps learn something from the types of activities that they put in place to retool, reteach, retrain, and redirect perhaps personnel so that they became more effective in the classroom. And I'm assuming that is what happened, just because they said that they also are geographically isolated and unable to bring in additional personnel. So as we move forward, then this might be something we need to talk about more in depth, and perhaps have some of the smaller parishes come in to have time with you to learn what you did specifically in your schools. And I think that's the value of having this spectrum in the district's experience, to know that we do have some veterans out there that can give us some valuable lessons in what to do when you find yourself unable to hire new personnel.
And is there receptiveness to the support that the department is poised and has been restructured with the purpose of delivering, and that is basically delivering what's tried and true and effective and works? Is there an acceptance and a willingness and openness on behalf of these 3 districts?
I might say that as the president of the board, City of Baker School Board, that this board has taken a bold approach to this whole thing. And this is the reason why we had people from the State Department, and we're going to continue to have individuals to talk to the board members as well as the staff, so that we can see that. We are in the process of developing a culture so that we will have teaching and learning. And this is the basic thing that we're concerned about. The community is excited about integrating technology in the content area that we will be doing in our 2, especially in our 2 elementary schools, pre-K through 5. And of course, this would give us some comparative data between the 2 different schools. The community is also excited about the magnet school and the kind of programs that we are going to have to raise the level of performance of our students and also to give a new rigor to our curriculum. They're also excited about the STEM program, and we had individuals from Southern University to talk to us about a pre-engineering program. And we know that the STEM program is going to be beneficial to our students because you will use all of the math, science, technology, and of course engineering to help our students move forward. As a precursor to that is that we think that by the time the students complete the 8th grade, then we will have at least 50% of those students finishing Algebra 1. So it opens up a door for the 12th grade students to take calculus. So that's very important to us. We are not isolated in our district because our teachers, once they get trained by us, they can walk across the street to EBR, to Livingston, all of the higher paying parishes, our districts. So that's one of the things, that the reason why we have a turnover, because many of them get jobs in those districts. But I think that what this board has done was to support the staff and looking at ways that we can turn around the schools. And we welcome working with the state on any monies that you have to offer us so that we can turn around, and programs.
Well, I think you're going to have to be looking to the state for some guidance, support, and expertise. While I think there will be opportunities for some competitive type monies, that is not. The per pupil funding that you have appears to be on par with other districts around the state. So but good luck in applying for those competitive monies. Every district has the opportunity to do that for statewide programs.
No, Madam Chairman, when you have a chance.
We do have other individuals, but I'm gonna let you respond, and then we'll go back to Ms. Johnson.
Okay, just in response from Ascension's standpoint, when you asked, is there a willingness and openness to these ideas, and I'm just going to go on record in Ascension that, in our slide where we described our efforts in regard to turnaround, we're not only willing and open, we fully intend on leveraging the support from the DOE's turnaround, Office of Innovation, and Russell, you down, with the turnaround office. So any direct support that they can continue to give us, or pipeline to the supports for them. There's evidence that is going to happen. We've got, through Trailblazers, some good work going on. But yes, we're definitely willing, so we need that support to continue.
Okay,
I just need to quickly say, too, that with our TAP initiative, we have received tremendous support from the state. Sheila Talamo's office has been phenomenal in their boots on the ground support for implementation of TAP. And as Ms. Gibbons said, the thing that is that's working in Madison and that's working for us with TAP is that it's that strong staff, job-embedded professional development component coupled with accountability that just makes all the difference.
Baker, are you looking at TAP?
Yeah.
Yes.
You are, okay.
And
what's your timeline for implementation?
I'm sorry.
What's the timeline for implementation of TAP?
We really need to talk with Ms. Talamo.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm going to go up to her office today to dialogue with her. I tried getting up with her on yesterday, but I think she was out on yesterday. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Ms. Johnson, then Ms. Bradford.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Ascension. And first I want to compliment you. I think one of the greatest things that you're doing is to set up an office with a partner and putting those 7 schools directly under the superintendent. See, I think that's awesome. Because I think once people realize, first it tells them that you are really concerned about those districts.
And so I just think that's a great plan. I also think when you start putting those districts that are 90 and below, that is a way of anticipating where they need to go. Because after all, the goal is 200. We seem to lose sight of that whenever we talk about these things, because for some reason we think 100 is but anyway, I think doing that is awesome. I'm also interested in the way that you've put together the cluster, because there has to be a way to do professional development within the cluster, and glad you're doing 2 more TAP schools. So because I know that model worked in your parish, so those are good things, and I'm glad you're here to share those things with us. For Madison, I watched y'all over a long period of time, and I can remember when. Well, I really thought we were taking a district. I'm going to be just perfectly honest with you. I thought that's what was going to end up happening. But what I can't understand is you replaced 2 principals. Are they still in the system somewhere? You just moved them around? No, I'm just curious because it's a small parish.
No, they're not in the district.
Okay, that's what, so they're gone on. And the reason why, and then you have 2 that are in the turnaround specialist program currently. And then you talked about having a pool. Are the pools the TFA people? Is that the pool that you were talking about? You had a pool of people that you could select from.
No, we were talking about master teachers. We are always giving professional development, trying to get our persons to become administrators. It's almost like you're trying to grow your own because it's so hard to find someone from without.
I know where Tallulah is, believe me, I know. You got to
so
grow your own.
We're talking about master teachers or persons that we think that may have the ability or the capacity to become. So we're trying to get them on board.
Okay. And I'm going to go on record as saying they are applying for their SIG and they are applying for 21st century. Make sure they get it right. Okay, department, make sure they get it right because they need those funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Make sure they get
Ms.
it
Johnson,
right.
I don't think that's a public service
going,
announcement.
Yeah, I don't care. They got me up here, so I'm saying it.
Yes.
You want to improve literacy through the library, and I just want to understand that particular thing too.
That's a competitive federal grant.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're applying for that particular grant. However, what it is, you look at the condition of your library or your books, the technology, and then you write it all out, and then you put things in place that's going to bring about literacy, the changes in literacy using the technology and the books and things in the library.
Okay, and you're using something called courseware?
Courseware, just like the courseware that the State Department has.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I understood what it was that you all were doing. I'm impressed because I have seen, I know where you came from to get to this point. But now I did notice something on one of the slides, and I know that there's nobody there who can probably go back to it, but the slide showed I think it was 2000, the graduate exit exam, I believe that's the one was high, but it's a tremendous drop. Would y'all send us the PowerPoint so we can take a look at this? But I think that's the one that I'm looking at. It was maybe way up here, and then it just took a tremendous drop in terms of and where I'm going with this is, if you have the elementary schools and they seem to be moving in this way, and then the high school, I'm just trying to figure out what happened here, and I couldn't, and I'm sorry that the slide is not here for me to point to the one that I'm talking about, but it was one in your presentation. In the presentation that the young man put up. I don't remember now, but it was one of those.
It was one of his slides.
Yeah, and I was about to say that's one of the reasons we're making sure we put vertical alignment in as far as collaboration.
Okay, so y'all didn't always have the vertical alignment?
No, ma'am, we did not.
Okay, that helps that. Now, and thank y'all very much. It was a good presentation. On Baker, let me compliment you all on doing something that, and I know Dr. Carpenter knows this. I almost stroked out when y'all had all these schools, a K1 and a 2-3 and a 4-5 or whatever they were. I almost stroked out when I went to a meeting of that. Baker is in my district, and a part of Ascension is in my district. So when I went there and learned that. So I'm so glad that now we have a school that has a kind of consistency, because I think that's important. I really do. I could not understand all the transitions. I believe at that time kids were making 5 transitions in your district, which made, for an uneducated, just made no sense to me. So to get it to change that is good. I don't know what Singapore math is. Now I know how far advanced Singapore is, because I considered taking my grandson and us going to live there, because they wanted to hire me. That's Singapore and Finland. You had to learn to speak Finnish in Finland, and I knew we weren't going there. But I don't know what Singapore math is. Right? They speak English in Singapore. And that was one, and I'm just concerned because I don't recall it ever coming through us, meaning Bessie. I don't recall ever seeing it before. So I just want to know kind of what it is, Singapore math. It was on one of the slides that I saw.
Yes, ma'am. This is a group of students out of LSU who come and work with our third graders and also our parents. And it's a strategy to get kids and parents to learn how to do math in an easier way. Ms. Walker, can you also say something about that?
And then while she's coming up, Dr. Carpenter and I have had a number of conversations concerning the TAP program. I can tell the audience that. And that he knows that it's a program that I absolutely support, and I thought that they should take a look at that.
I have pretty good knowledge of the
somebody
TAP
was supposed to go to
program.
school board, wasn't it, last night, Tuesday night or
And
something?
not from the TAP program, but we had scheduled Monday for the TAP program to come. I have a pretty thorough knowledge of the TAP program, and that's why I asked the superintendent and staff to look at the TAP program, because I've experienced good results from various schools across the country with the TAP program, and that's why I asked them to come.
Good morning. What I can share briefly about the Singapore Math Program is that it's a collaboration that we've entered in through the Math Department at LSU, and the project provides extensive, comprehensive professional development to our elementary school teachers. The program began about 4 years ago with our kindergarten students, and now we'll see that's the fruits of that investment. This year, our students, those kindergarten students, are now in 3rd grade. So when those students participate in ILEAP assessments, we'll see the true results. But it's a program that has provided extensive professional development to our teachers. As Mr. Joseph articulated, our parents, there's a component that provides parents with knowledge about the program, as well as nights when they're family nights where students and parents can come and learn more about the strategies and activities within the program.
Board members, thank you very much. Board members, in order for us to facilitate this, I think at the policy level that we need to try to stay on topic, and today's topic is really on districts turnarounds and any particular issues outside of that. Let's see if we can't find a different way to get those answers. Ms. Johnson, are you finished with your questions?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm going to go to Ms. Bradford, then Ms. Buquet, and then Mr. Lee, because we do actually have another policy discussion behind this on early childhood.
What?
Early childhood. This is not the only thing we're doing this morning. We may be able to just introduce on the early childhood this morning, but this is not the only topic for this morning. Okay, Mrs. Bradford.
I really believe that teachers want to teach in an innovative environment, and so I salute all of you for trying to get into that innovative culture. Ascension, you mentioned something about value added. I mean, I think the clustering and all of those things are outstanding, and I would say to the other, and particularly Baker, that this is certainly something when you start looking at having to do staff reductions and hard decisions, the value added I think is going to be a piece that will make that more doable. and helpful. And so y'all may want to have some conversation about how that worked for you all. Madison, I know where you are population and geographical wise, but I am thrilled to see that you are taking every opportunity to grasp the innovation and the support that you have. And so I really do congratulate you on that. Baker, do you have a timeline for implementation of some of these strategies? Because referring back to Ms. Johnson, the urgency of now really does spring out at me for you. And so I would encourage you to really be very specific about those strategies and put some timeline to it for you as the board and the district level so that our schools can get that help they need immediately. But congratulations to all of you for taking the step of being involved in turnaround.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Ms. Buquet.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, congratulations to Assumption. We think that that's your whole model. I mean, Ascension. See, Assumption's mine. I can't mix up. But my family's all from Donaldsonville, so I was very, very happy to see that the focus that is going on there. It's long been needed, and I know they've often felt like a stepchild over there. So we're delighted to see all the, all the effort that you are putting there. Madison, you've been here before for many, many times, and there's a huge change just in the way you speak. The vocabulary that you're using, the fact that you realized your teacher problem, you brought in TFA, you know that there are people there. And on the pay thing for everybody, you've got to remember, as was just noted by Ms. Bradford, teachers often want something besides pay. And they want to be where people are cutting edge. They want to be where people want to start new ideas. They want to be where they can be innovative. And so often that's even more important than anything else, more important than the pay, especially if you can live right there in Baton Rouge while you're doing it. In Baker, stability has not been your strong point. And I have yet to see any parish or district that is able to climb out of the doldrums if they can't keep a superintendent more than a few months or a year, which has been your record. So as a board, I have to encourage you to be sure that you find the right person and give them time to make a change. If you change every few months, it's not going to happen. I was delighted to hear about your STEM efforts, but you kind of dropped the ball in literacy, and you let things go. You lost a grant. That's not the way to improve student learning. So I didn't hear anything about what you were going to go back and do in literacy. I think you'd all agree, if the child can't read, you can do all you want to in STEM, but if he can't read the problem, you're not going to get anywhere. And you had been doing some good work, but you let the ball drop. Somebody did in the system. So I encourage you to go back and look at that, because you're not going to be able to get anything else done until you get those two things right. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. It's exciting to work with you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. GK. We're going to have comments from Mr. Lee, and then we are going to wrap up this section of the policy forum. So, Mr. Lee.
I want to commend all of you for recognizing that you need to do something. That's step number one. And then secondly, be willing to do it. And I think you realize the challenge you have, but you can see that you are making a difference. You've got a big challenge ahead of you to keep the momentum going, to keep the improvements going, and with financial situations appearing the way they are. I think you made an excellent point in Ascension about keeping TAP going. TAP is, all of you are dressing TAP. I think you know the value of that. It is expensive, and it's going to be difficult to continue funding unless miraculously somebody finds a way to keep these grants going, and we hope they do. But at least you're committed, you're willing, you see it can make a difference, and you see that learning can improve. And I applaud you for those efforts.
Thank you. Representatives from Baker and from Ascension. And Madison, I'm so sorry. We appreciate you being here. This is not going to be the end of our conversation, so we are going to be watching you, all of you, very closely now that we have a stronger sense of what you're doing and what your goals are. Please know that this board stands ready to support you and stand behind you as you make the very difficult decisions that are required to turn around schools. And I think the superintendent has also previously expressed his support and the efforts of his staff to help you get to where you need to be. Thank you for being here today. Superintendent, anything?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank my staff for the work that they've done to put this presentation on today and to demonstrate, hopefully unambiguously, that we're here to provide support, technical support, and make it happen. Our object is not to have schools go into the recovery school district. Our object is for schools to get better. So I want to appreciate everyone for coming here today and for the efforts you're making in Baker and in Ascension and in Madison. So congratulations and continue.
Okay, and please use us. Please use the department personnel. They are here and available. Mr. Meyer? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to begin some work on early childhood. I don't expect we'll be able to get as far as we'd like to have gotten today, but I do think we can set the framework for our next discussion. I have a public comment on early childhood. We will address that today. Let's try that again. BESE members and members of the audience, we're going to get started in 1 minute. Well, you know, it's not a distance. I like what you said. I saw that.
You know, I mean, all of them, you know what I to talk about all this stuff and
Well,
yeah, I didn't hear that.
okay. At this moment, we're gonna restart the policy forum. Board members, audience members, we're obviously not going to be able to tackle the enormous subject of early childhood in the time allotted, but I do think it is good for us to get a broad picture of where we are, because that's what the board members are asking this question almost monthly about early childhood. We'll have some time for board members to ask questions and ask for information that they want, because this will be the subject matter of the next policy forum. So let's consider this more of a lead-in to the next policy forum. I do have 3 public comment cards. I'm going to allow 2 minutes for these at the end for public comment, since you did come and that is on the agenda. So let's go ahead and get started. Mr. Meyer, am I correct in the
That's
strategy?
Perfect. That's perfect.
Okay.
So, welcome again, board members. So on this one, we're going to try to get a little bit focused just in the last time and put this teaser out. We'll ask Dr. Carrie Lassiter and Mary Louise Jones to go through a PowerPoint just kind of leading into this. But here's the big question that we sort of raised from a policy perspective to you all. Is there a coherent pre-K strategy in the state of Louisiana? Is there a unified, coherent strategy of how we operate pre-K programs in the state of Louisiana? And that's the question I want you to think about, because I think the answer, if it's yes, then okay, what is it? And let's identify it. If it's no, then you need to ask the question probably, should there be? So with that, we're going to turn it over to our Chief of Literacy, Dr. Carrie Lassiter.
Thank you.
You know, Chris comes up with these really broad-thinking questions, and then Mary Louise and I have to really worry about it and stew about it. So I want you to know that this is Chris's question. We have a staff of 6 that work under Dr. Jones in the pre-K programs, and they're listed here. We have Ivy Starnes, who's sitting behind us, and we all are a part of the Literacy Initiative, Mary Louise. What I would like to say next is that we have approximately anywhere from 61 to 65,000 4-year-olds in our state each year. The thing that concerns me the most is that we have 42,000 of those children that are considered at risk, and we only serve somewhere around 41,000 of those children. So as you can tell, we have some students who we are not able to always serve. We hope that at some point that we'll live to see all of these kids getting the services that they need. Mary Louise?
I've been asked on several occasions.
Pull the mic up, please.
I've been asked on several occasions, how many kids are they? Where are they? We try to pull a chart together every year, and this is our first draft of our best chart. And it just lets you know the programs that we have. A lot of our programs have different funding sources. If you look at LA4, Title I, Even Start, Special Ed, Pre-K, these are the ones that we directly oversee within the Office of Literacy. We have the AG program, you have the non-public early childhood development program, which is funded out of the governor's office. You have Head Start, that is basically run through the Head Start office in the Department of Children and Family Services. We also have money in EEF, which is the Education Excellence Fund, so that's in the department. We have REAP funds that are in REAP, and then we have also some local funding. So when you look at the students, this is the number of students that are basically being served and the funding levels that we are allocated to each one of those programs. Please note that when you look at Head Start, Even Start, Special Ed, the amount of funding for those programs is not just 4-year-olds. We can't break it down because Special Ed is 3 to 5. Head Start serves both 4 and 5-year-olds. Even Start is birth to 8. So when you look at those amounts of funding, just remember that you're talking about multiple ages in those groups. And then also multiple services, because Head Start has many, many services that they provide. Even Start has part of adult ed, family literacy, so there are other services that are also being provided with those funds.
So just to point this out to the board, there's somewhere north of about $200 million spent in the state of Louisiana on educating or caring for children who aren't in kindergarten, so pre-K. About $200 million spread across different programs, different entities, and serving somewhere around 41,000 or so kids. So that's, put that into perspective, what's happening.
We've been asking that question for a while, right, Ms.
Well,
Johnson? Well, let's let them finish, I'm sorry.
But there's also another group that's not included, child care.
Right.
So there are children that are in child care centers, in the various star-rated child care centers, that are also receiving services for 4-year-olds. That number is not included on there, nor is the amount. Okay?
Okay.
And when you talk about programs in the state, every school district has an early childhood program. They're not all in LA4, but everyone has a child care and early childhood program for 4-year-olds. It may be a Title I funded, but they have some. In LA4, we have 65 school districts in LA4 and 12 charter schools. The purpose of the early childhood programs is basically to provide high-quality learning experience to ensure that children are prepared to enter kindergarten, and then to promote positive child outcomes in all of your developmental domains. And remember, last month you passed a definition for kindergarten readiness. And so this kindergarten readiness, for the purpose of measuring our goal, will only be assessing math and language arts. But that definition that you approved talks about what children should know and be able to do in all of the domains, including social, emotional, approaches to learning, science, social studies, physical, the arts. So that was your definition. When you talk about what makes a high-quality early childhood program, we've gone through all of the educational research, and those listed, those components are components of high-quality programs. Every program may not have every component, but if you're going to have good programs, you need to first have certified early childhood teachers, highly qualified professionals, a developmentally appropriate curriculum, materials, activities need to meet the needs of the kids. You need to have professional development that reflects the needs that have been identified by the school district and the data. You need ongoing technical assistance and support. We're looking at resource coordination because we realize that 4-year-old programs not only affect the children, but they also affect the families. So you need to have some type of coordination where you can be sure that those families are getting the things that they need. We look at vision, hearing, dental screening with appropriate referrals. So when you start looking at our programs, at Head Start programs, they're incorporating that. You need to have some type of pre- and post-test measurement of student progress. How do we know if they're ready for kindergarten if you don't have some types of assessment? You need to have some evaluation of overall program quality. We do that here. The child care centers have a STAR system that they're using, so we're trying to be sure that we're looking at the overall quality of your programs. Your class size ratio, we're recommending a class size of 20 with a 10-to-1 adult ratio. This is for 4-year-olds. We recommend full-day programs. We recommend that transportation be provided if at all possible. LA4 provides transportation. Some of your other programs do not. You must have collaboration among all of your early childhood stakeholders, because we realize that the Department of Ed is not the only agency that provides those services, and you need to have ongoing engagement with families. We also wanted to let you know that we have preschool children with identified disabilities are being educated with our typically developing peers. We have approximately 5% of our pre-K kids are kids with IEPs. So in all of our programs include students with disabilities. What I'd like to do is to give you some highlights now of the LA4 program. In the podium, we gave you a copy of the executive summary for LA4. We gave you the whole report that tells you the test results for the pre and post by district. Also, we gave you a listing of the various programs that operate within the state that serve children birth to 5. And we have representatives from the P-Card Center here today that if you have specific questions dealing with the evaluation results, they are available to answer any of those questions for you. When you look, LA4 was basically to serve children that were at risk based on free and reduced lunch data. And if you look right now for this year, we're serving about 95% of our children meet the free and reduced lunch criteria, about 5% don't. And that 5%, LA4 has a clause that if you do not meet the requirements for free and reduced lunch, school systems may offer the program and charge you tuition. And we have districts that charge tuition. The tuition that the district charges can be no more than the amount of funding that we provide on a per pupil basis for LA4. This year it was $45.76, so that's where we are. The percentage of kids scoring on their pre and post tests. If you look at this information, you'll find that in language arts, print, and math, our children in language arts were coming in with 79% scoring in the first quartile, which is low. After post testing, we have only 12% in that quartile, but we have 44% that are scoring in the fourth quartile. So if you look at the results, the program is making a difference. Our children are coming in at one level, but they're leaving out higher. Again, when you look at this growth based on percentages in the national ranks, we have 14 percentile in language. The average leaving out is 26, so you're showing a growth of about 11 points. So if you look, and I'm going quickly through them, but they're in your book. Also, the proportion of responses correct by race. When you look, we're closing the gap. Look at your pre-test for white, look at your pre-test for other races. In other races, it's primarily black. You look at your post-test, you're seeing a growth. You're seeing that there is more growth in the other races. So we're closing that gap. They're coming in, but we're trying to get them out on a level playing field when they leave out. Also, when you start looking at household income, look again at the income. Those children that in the red are your kids that are $10,000 or less in their household. The ones in the green are over $30,000. Again, we're closing the gap. You can see the difference in growth. And you're seeing that those children that come from lower incomes are making the most growth. We talk about collaboration with other providers, and this is really a hot topic. How are you collaborating with others? Currently, with the LA4 program, and from the very inception of the program, school districts have always been allowed to collaborate or subcontract with child care centers or with Head Start centers. It hasn't been something that's been going over really, really great, but we've been trying. There was a law passed for universal pre-K that was to be in effect beginning in the 2013 school year. if funds were provided for that purpose. And so when you start looking at collaboration, there are two models that we're using. You can place your program in a child care center or a Head Start center, and we have some models of that. Right now, we have some, through money funded from the Department of Children and Family Services, we've got some models going also. But those that have, in placing them in the centers, we have in Livingston Parish. It's basically where they're doing it, and they're doing it with child care center there and also with Head Start. Then you can purchase slots. This is where a school district will contract with a child care center. You say, okay, I have kids over here that I don't really have a place to put it. I don't want to open a new class. So let me come to your child care center. I'll pay you a certain amount of money to put the children in these slots. And that's currently going on at ULM. We have a child care center there. And also one of the diverse delivery grants that we have with the Department of Children and Family Services is in Ouachita Parish. And we're doing that in a child care center. So we're trying to be sure that we're meeting the needs of the kids and trying to look at some of the new models that are out there. When you start looking at the challenges for this, well, one of them is going to be the varying regulations and the guidelines. We're operating under two different sets of guidelines. We have Department of Education guidelines for LA4, then we've got licensing guidelines also. So child care centers, Head Start centers have to meet both sets of guidelines. Also, we're looking at the limited eligible child care centers. Our rules and the BESE rules that were adopted when we first started, when the Department of Children and Family Services started the STAR system, was that we would start off with a 3-star center, and you would have a 3-star center working toward a 4. Okay. We did that for 2 years. Then we moved up to a 4-star center working toward a 5-star center. Okay. And coming, I think, in 2012, it'll be a 5-star center. And our centers are just, they're getting up there, but we may not have enough centers that have that. And then the funding is another issue, because right now the school systems don't necessarily have additional, they're keeping their programs within their schools. Mm-hmm. So that's where we are on that point.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Laster, do you have?
The next part we want to talk about with you just for briefly is, you know that the first goal of the 9 critical goals is children.
Madam Chairman, I thought the mics were on.
Mr. Bayard, we're going to finish this presentation, and then I'll recognize you. Thank you. I have you down.
Children will enter kindergarten ready to learn, and that's the primary goal that we have in the literacy initiative for the pre-K program and further through. We have some key strategies for that program and some key activities. The first is to improve the quality of instruction in our pre-K programs, resulting in increased student achievement. We feel like that's a new definition, and as we begin to measure this, we have also targeted some specific districts that we know we need to work on that we're not seeing results in for some training. We're going to do early letters training in those districts and some other things to help prepare those teachers to ramp up their curriculum a little bit. We're currently revising policies and statute with respect to kindergarten entry assessment. Mm-hmm. We're collaborating with other agencies providing programs and services for children ages birth to 5. And we're increasing public awareness and support of the developmental milestones that young children need to achieve to be ready to enter into kindergarten. Under our strategy work that we've had to do for the delivery unit, we've had to come up with like activities and programs. The first is to assist our districts with identifying and evaluating their own professional development needs. What is it do you need to make your program for 4-year-olds be a stronger program? One of those things was to develop a pre-kindergarten walkthrough instrument so that we could assess what's going on in the classroom as far as instructional practices are concerned and help them to improve those instructional practices. We also had to develop and implement an online student performance checklist. This is kind of like an informal assessment or a formative assessment, just a few little things that we could tell if throughout the school year those children are meeting the expectations that we have for them.
continue to provide ongoing technical assistance and PD related to improved child outcomes, and we do a lot of that. That's a biggie. You know, we've done the new kindergarten readiness definition. We're revising the kindergarten screening legislation and looking at a new instrument. We'll be piloting some instruments next year. Most of our districts already have access to the BESE. We're looking at that very carefully, and we'll have input from the districts that are piloting and participating before we make any decisions. We have inclusion of new SIS elements, which is a really exciting piece. When children enter kindergarten now, they will have to determine where they came from, such as did they come from a LA4 classroom, did they come from Head Start, did they come from home with mom, you know, where a child care center, so that we'll have data on where our children are coming from when they enter kindergarten, and then we'll tie that data to how they're doing in kindergarten. We're going to select and pilot the new instrument, and then we're going to analyze those kindergarten assessment results. Statewide implementation of the new assessment instrument will not occur until 2012-13.
Okay.
So we have a whole nother year prior to that. We're working in collaboration with Bright Start to align priorities and policies for developing and implementing an interagency plan for professional development. Bright Start is the early childhood council that functions in our state. We're conducting ongoing meetings with collaborative partners to review progress. Head Start, DCFS, all of those people that we have to work together that serve the babies under 4 within our state. We seek volunteer partners in other agencies to pilot the pre-kindergarten walkthrough and the student performance checklist. We hope that it will not just be our public school 4-year-olds who will use this, but we hope that some of our other partners will be willing to pilot it to see if it's a workable tool for us to expand to other areas. We develop and disseminate a quarterly newsletter for parents, teachers, and caregivers. It's called the Literacy Connection. We're going to continue to develop and disseminate informational brochures and pamphlets for access for all stakeholders. I had an email request last night for one. How do you know if your child is ready for kindergarten? And that's one that we have already that we're able to send. And we're beginning to build a web-based clearinghouse of resources that teachers and parents and other stakeholders are able to use. As far as what we're doing, I will just say that with this particular goal, we have a lot of strategies in place. There's a lot of work taking place around them and a lot of change. And what I see happening is that our pre-K programs can only do one thing, and that's to become better. Chris?
And I think the policy questions on the last point of this really is something board members we need to hang on to, think about, and I think that'll be a large part of the gist of our next conversation. Mr. Bayard asked for a comment, and then we'll go on to the
on the pre-K. I have a couple of issues or concerns.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak at this point? Except amongst themselves?
Is the mic on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A child care center. How many of those do we have in the state?
About 1,800.
So 1,800. You're trying to tell me that every one of those 1,800 can efficiently and effectively prepare a 4-year-old for education?
I don't think we said that.
Well, if we have 1,800, I hope we have a method or a process to determine who has the qualifications to deal with these children.
And Mr. Bayard, that doesn't come under our department. That comes under the Department of Children and Family Services.
LA4?
No. You said child care centers?
You said child care.
Child care.
I'm a little confused because under LA4 collaboration with other providers of early childhood care and education, LA4 comes under the auspices of us.
Right, but child care centers do not come under our auspices.
But we're going to give them our LA4 kids to teach.
But in the situations where we have diverse delivery, for instance, in Ouachita Parish is furnishing the teacher in that situation, a certified teacher, and the children are housed in the child care center.
It's strictly physical plant issues.
Right, and we do have Maureen Gallagher. Maureen, stand up. She's the diverse delivery
Okay.
coordinator for Louisiana, and she works under a grant with DCFS to help us coordinate what's going on, and she is a former 4-year-old teacher.
And Mr. Bayard, we have someone from the Department of Children and Family Services that wants to comment, so perhaps you can ask that
I have
question to
another
her
question.
directly.
Another question has to do with Head Start centers. And I remember many years ago, some Head Start was under the direction of the police juries in the state. And as a police juror, I remember adamantly being against it because we are not teachers. And I remember we had discussions here where Congress was supposed to roll that Head Start money into school districts. And I don't remember ever hearing or seeing that.
We have a few school districts that do have Head Starts that are connected with the district, but by and large, they're not connected with the school
So
district.
therefore, the Head Start centers that are under the direction of school districts are the ones we're talking about.
There are also some Head Starts that are not under the school district, but when we have a class in a Head Start center, the class meets LA4 regulations, and they're monitored by the Department of Education as well as the Head Start
So
center.
it's still the same deal as a child care center as far as physical plan issues. If they don't have the personnel, we're providing the personnel.
Yes.
Correct, and we're monitoring, and they're having to follow the same LA4 guidelines.
I don't remember hearing that, so that's brought me up a couple of concerns, but I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point to the presentation that has been made? At this point, Ms. Gibbons.
First of all, I'd like to compliment the ladies, and Chris, you got a winning group you're working with here with Dr. Jones and Dr. Lassiter, and it just re-emphasizes some of the things I think you may have heard last week in a meeting with early childhood educators in New Orleans that we had in New Orleans at the Mahalia Jackson Early Childhood Center. And I really want to re-emphasize the fact that we are going to do more to encourage all providers to participate in this pre-K-4 program. Madam President, I don't know if you got a report, but one of the things that came
I would
out-
love one. I didn't get to attend.
Okay, well, I'll see that
Okay.
Ms. Landrew sends you
Thank
something in writing, because one of the things that came out that's hurting us in New Orleans is that we do not have enough charter participation in the pre-K-4 program. And so we're going to be working hard to encourage that. And I'm sure that at some time that group is going to send some representatives to talk to us about the need for increased funding. But that's a conversation for another day.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. And perhaps they can come when we devote the next policy discussion to, obviously, will be
And
early
we have
childhood.
some meetings set up with Charter to address some of those issues already.
Before we go to the public comment, Mr. Meyer, can you just walk us through this form here, and so that we can use this to prepare for the next policy discussion?
This was a form that was developed. I think we may have given it to you earlier during the year.
Okay.
when We were trying
Has
to
it
get
been, has it been updated?
No, right now this is 09-10 data.
Okay.
But we just wanted to, it hasn't changed that much because no one's gotten any additional funds in the
That's
last
correct.
year. So this is the chart, but it gives us, we looked at the program information, and we talked not only with the Department of Education, but we looked at the AG programs, we looked at Title I, the non-public school, Early Steps, which is your program for children with disabilities, but it also, we're looking at the whole 0 to 5 area. We have information from Head Start, and then we also have information from child care. So we put it all on one chart so that you could look at it and look at the different information dealing with the programs, your enrollment, your program components, your eligibility. So we tried to give you this so you could see everything on one chart, and then we would have it.
So what you see is you've got, 7 different entities in this case. You've got different funding streams. You have different opportunities. We've talked about collaboration today, but ultimately the question is who's responsible? Who is the entity that ends up being responsible for the outcomes of 4-year-olds in the state of Louisiana? And with the $200 million that's flowing through the state, and plus more if we count child care centers, which aren't covered in here, what is that strategy? Do you consider that to be a coherent strategy? Yes or no, and if not, what would a coherent strategy look like? So I think that's kind of the tee up, and I think this will give you information about how these different programs are all running.
So board members, because of the timing, I ask that you hang on to this information, or perhaps leave it here and staff will have it for us. for the next policy discussion, and we will devote the entire time to early childhood. And if there's anything particular that a BESE member would like to see and discuss at our next meeting, now's the time to put forth. Ms. Johnson.
One of the things, well, two things really, and I know we have looked at this at some point in time, but I think all states have a multitude of programs for young children. We are no different. So how are they making those things work? Because they all, everywhere I have lived, and I've been raising children, they all have daycare centers, and just like we have in Louisiana. So you all need to bring in some data back on how they make this all work, if it truly works. Then there was an issue on page 7, the transportation provided, and it's one of the, it was, and I'm trying to understand, are we talking about there's no transportation for those children who are in, what is it, I'll go back and take a look, and I'll tell you which one it is. I think it is. Even starting in special education, are those the two that provide no transportation?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that transportation provided, it is mandated that transportation be provided for LA4. It is not mandated in any other program that transportation be provided.
These are components of it.
Right. I understand that. What I'm trying to understand that it's not mandated, but we're talking about 4-year-old children who are housed in a public school. So all of these children are getting transportation.
Not
so
necessarily.
Tell me, that's what I'm trying to understand. Who's not getting?
A lot of parents just drop their kids off. I don't know.
No, that's, I guess, but the ability to have transportation exists.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like these children are without transportation if they're at a public school. They have the ability to have transportation.
They have the ability to have transportation through the school. They do. Ms. Johnson, let me check it out.
Okay.
I don't want to say that because it may not be.
I don't want people to think that we don't have transportation provided for the 4-year-old children who are a part of the public system, because that's not true. We do. If they need it, it is available.
In LA4, it's available.
Okay.
I cannot tell you for sure that if you are a Title I funded kid, it's provided.
It's available in LA4, it's available in Title I, it's available in AG. Let's just kind of get realistic about this.
Well, let's make sure it's correct.
Sure.
Let's make sure that what you're saying is correct, Ms. Johnson. I think we'll get that answer next month.
And I guess I have one other thing, Madam Chair. We're trying to develop, I don't know about the we, so let me just leave the we off, but I think that I would like to have us have some overall arching policy at the end of this year that talks about the early childhood program, the LA4 piece. I believe that's how come we're having this discussion, because there are some of us who truly believe in universal pre-K, and we truly believe that if we get enough data, even though with the economy like it is, we ought to be able to make the case at some point that the value of doing this is important. Now, some of the data, you look at some of the data from the P-Card Center, it doesn't always say that. Because when the kid gets to 2nd grade or 3rd grade, wherever they're tested, we seem to have lost some of the, it's not keeping on up, is what I'm getting at. Thank you.
Okay, well, I do think all this effort is overreaching goal. I agree with you, Ms. Johnson, is that to drive some possible strategies and missions and policy for this board. If there aren't any more questions of these individuals, I have 3 public comment cards. I'll ask you to limit your comments to 2 to 3 minutes, and I'll do them in order. The first one is Jeffrey Nagel with Bright Start. Then we'll go to Gail Kelso with the Department of Child and Family Services. And then last will be Donald Sanji with last. Last and last.
Thank you, President Dastu. My name is Jeff Nagel. I work at the Tulane Institute of Infant and Early Childhood Mental Health, but I also serve as the director of the governor's designated Early Childhood Advisory Council, which is called Bright Start. And you're receiving now a quick overview of Bright Start, which gives you a couple paragraphs of introduction of who we are and how we're funded. And what you see there in the middle is our overriding goal, which is to ensure children enter school healthy and ready to learn. So you see that it very much is in line with one of your overriding goals. The second goal there really shows you the domains of how we break that down to access to health care, mental health and social emotional development, early care and education, parenting education, family support and child safety. We list a couple of the larger initiatives that has evolved over the last several years in the state focused on early childhood. And then on page 2, you'll see numbers 1 through 8, which is what is funded from the federal government for our Early Childhood Advisory Council to do. The Early Childhood Advisory Councils are stimulus funded, created during the Bush administration, but funded during the Obama administration's stimulus plan. And all of the states were eligible to apply. Our pot that we were eligible to access was $2.1 million over 3 years, and we were able to receive that grant. And in that grant, what we said we were going to do with that $2.1 million are this list here, 1 through 8. Now, some of these directly connect with you, such as number 6, the diverse delivery, which was touched on in the last presentation. Certainly number 3, the unified data collection system, which we're hoping in a very close collaboration with you, one of your staff people is actually going to be the lead on this part of the initiative. But all of these directly connect to you because they are what's designed in a comprehensive way to help children be healthy and ready for school. So, one of the highlights of what we've been able to accomplish over the last few years is something called the Early Childhood System Integration Budget. And since you were speaking a moment ago about the $200 million that the state has toward pre-kindergarten, I want to point out that the number is actually larger when you do include child care, when you do include all the Head Start dollars, which flow direct federal to local. That number is really about $400 million. Maybe as low as 390, maybe as high as 450. Wow. So you're talking a very significant amount of money going toward early education. So I think, to broaden that perspective from a systems point of view, it's not just pre-K, it's early education. And early education is child care, Head Start, and pre-K. And all of those together are a big component of getting kids ready for school, but alone, the education piece also connects with health care, mental health care, family functioning, parenting education, et cetera. So the larger systemic effort, getting to Mr. Meyer's overriding question, goes back to this Early Childhood Advisory Council, which is happening in all the states, which are funded by the federal government to do exactly what that question was asking. Where does all this coordination happen? Because getting to Ms. Johnson's question, how are other states doing it? Of the 50 states, there's probably 45 different ways it's being done. Everything from departments of early childhood, Office of Early Childhood, a joint office that sits between the Department of Education and the Department of Social Services for an Office of Early Learning, and everything in between. New legislation being proposed, I think, yesterday in Connecticut to create an Office of Early Childhood. So everyone's trying to figure this out. There's no perfect way. Lots of states are doing good things. We're doing a tremendous amount of good things here, but there needs to be a lot more coordination and collaboration. And when you have more time to talk about this at your future policy forum, I hope that we can have a little more time to talk about Bright Start and how we can really do best to serve you and really be an asset to the board, the department, and all the early childhood efforts in the state.
Well, Dr. Nagel, I'm sorry that we don't have more time today, but I think it is a consensus of the individuals up here that we will. This is such a huge, important area, and it is core to our mission and goals, and that one of them is to have children enter kindergarten ready to learn. So we do invite you back. We will carve out some additional time, and hope that you will help us with the solution.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for Dr. Nagel at this point? Anybody? Well, thank you for coming today. Our next speaker is Gail Kelso with DCFS.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. I am the director of the Child Development and Early Learning section. There in DCFS, we are the administrator of the block grant to the state of Louisiana called the Child Care and Development Fund. It's a 20-year-old block grant, which has two very large purposes. The first one is to support a parent's opportunity to go to school, go to training programs, or go to work. And that subsidy is paid to child care programs, to family child care homes, to people who care for children in the child's own home, and to what we call a Class M facility, which would be a program operated and licensed or monitored by the Department of Defense. That responsibility for subsidy is the biggest part of our block grant, but it also includes a portion called quality improvement activities. With those monies, there are specific things that we must do, and there are other things that we may do, and one of them is to indeed create a quality rating and improvement system for child care in Louisiana. We are very proud of our system and proud to have partnered with the Department of Education as we developed the standards for that, and as Dr. Jones mentioned, as we work together to try to set up a diverse delivery of pre-K services. But part of our role is to really look at what is happening for children birth actually through 13. So our realm of possibility, if you will, is to think about child care programs who serve not only infants and toddlers, but children who are 3, 4, school agers as well. And so there are opportunities in our future to align our services to offer them in even more high-quality settings, to improve the standards, to increase, if you will, the expectations. And we look forward to working again with the Department of Ed and the staff under Dr. Laster's direction as we move forward, not only in response to the concurrent resolution from the legislature, 179, in that response, but also as we at DCFS develop our state plan, which describes to the federal government how we'll spend those block grant monies going forward beginning in the fall of this year. There's some new and exciting opportunities there. One of them does ask about assessments being done, about pre-kindergarten readiness, if you will. So I make you an offer to come back to the next policy forum to give you any information that I might have around what's going on in early childhood from our side of the street.
Okay, Mr. Meyer, will you make sure that she's invited and noticed? Okay. We have Mr. Romer and then Ms. Johnson.
I appreciate you being here today, and I would certainly welcome you to be a part of the discussion.
Thank you.
The one thing I would ask, and don't necessarily expect you to answer now, but in consideration of being here again, is what in particular are you proud of what's currently being done? I'm sure there's a many long list. I'd like you to highlight that, and then I'd be interested in what the weakness you feel you have currently in the structure or the funding or cooperation with other entities, some articulation of how it could be improved. That'd be great as we try to figure out how to take a more comprehensive approach to tackling what is a common issue amongst many different groups, obviously.
Yes.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
I'd like to also ask you if it's all possible for you to be able to tell us, is your agency willing to use the same assessments and evaluations and things that we use in the Department of Education? In terms of collaboration, is a great term. It usually just means we talk. But what I'm trying to get to is are we going to use the same thing?
Right.
So there's a willingness there?
I think that there is an opportunity. Certainly part of the development of that state plan includes both a section and a demand that we go forward to collaborate and coordinate with our public education entity. And that would be one of the things that we would look at doing.
Okay, I'd like to see us get on the same page with assessments.
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Okay.
One last thing.
Yes, Mr. Romer.
I apologize.
That's okay.
I may be out of order. I know you run a tight ship. I would suggest, and I apologize of me missing your name from Bright Start.
Dr. Nagel.
Dr. Nagel suggest the same thing that I suggested here, which is further feedback on the strengths and weaknesses of what's currently happening and how, as we do this effort, might we assist in strengthening that. So.
Sure, no problem.
I don't necessarily need an answer now, but as we continue this, I'd like that.
Yeah, and I think there should be some pre-work, if that's possible, toward our policy discussion. As you can see, that our time, which seems like a lot of time, is often quite limited. This is a huge subject, so there's an opportunity for the individuals here who are going to participate in the policy discussion that they work together and come prepared so that our time will be fruitful and hopefully drive something good. Okay, thank you very much, both of you, and Mr. Sanji. Universal pre-K, let me guess.
And I'll be brief. I can just say it in about 4 words. In cleaning out my files, I saw a strategic plan that BESE had done in 1989. Dr. Cody was the superintendent of education at that time, and the number 1 priority was universal 4-year-old education.
Right.
It's something that we have talked about. Everyone knows it's the right thing to do. We've got funding sources. I saw where 2/3 of the children are being served right now anyway. So, and I think from the point of view of local school districts, if we could consolidate all that funding, put a 4-year-old program in the MFP, you'd have consistency, you'd have coordination, you'd have quality, and of course it's very easy to say put it in MFP. I know that's a complicated process, but I think the goal of this board should be strategically to look at 3 to 5 years down the road, find a way to get all that together and have it in the MFP. School districts would, I promise you, would thank you if you did that.
Well, we like complicated things, right? Particularly when it comes to the formula. I think you're saying something that I've heard from several board members over the past few years is we see in districts that have been able to adopt universal pre-K, the results are wonderful. And
we have 4 different, in Ascension Parish, there's 4 different funding sources, 4 different grants to manage. It's 4 different sets of regulations, evaluations, and so forth.
Now, I don't know if you realize that BESE made a huge step to help districts this month, and that we are going to use the common application for LA4 for our early childhood, and we're also going to align our evaluation to the same as LA4. So we've made one important step in helping superintendents reducing at least the application once. But we need to be ready with our priorities when the state's finances do turn around, and we all, being optimists, expect that will happen. And if we collectively as educators and education advocates say that this is where we want the money to go, then I think there's a stronger likelihood of when it does happen, we're ready for it. We build it. We're prepared.
If we could somehow influence the federal government to put Head Start into the Department of Education,
well, and
that would help out a whole lot.
Have the federal government to agree that Title I can be used the same way.
Right.
You know, that's
well, let's work together.
Okay.
Come to our next meeting.
All right.
Okay. I do believe this concludes the business of the policy forum. Board members, and welcome feedback on how this went this morning. Ways that we can improve what we did, and I really appreciate you taking the time to attend. We're going to break now for lunch. We're going to start the regular BESE board meeting promptly at 1 o'clock, and we'll see you back then.
Test. Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing, 1, 2, testing. This is the meeting of the State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, Thursday, February 17th, 2011, in the Louisiana Purchase Room. Mic test. Ms. Buquet. Ms. Givens. Ms. Bradford.
Yes, dear.
Mr. Bennett.
I'm well trained.
Mr. Bayard.
Told me to say yes, I'm here present. I'm saying all of them. Yes, I'm here and present.
Mr. Smith. Ms. Destug. Superintendent Pastoret. Mr. Garvey. Mr. Geis. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Lee. Mr. Romer.
G.I. is between G, A, and G.
It's because he's an officer.
Who's an officer?
Mr. Garve's an officer, he's the vice president.
Okay.
So he sits to the left of the superintendent.
Okay.
The superintendent sits to the left of the president. The executive director sits to the right of the,
What else? Keep going.
whatever. Okay, and then we start in alphabetical order from the right, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, without the officers. So it's in alphabetical order except for the officers.
So why can't you move this seat, one seat over, because I'm not sitting down? Why can't you just move me next to, between Geis and Garvey?
Because you're on the other side.
I don't want to be over there.
Floor mic 1.
You got all kinds of problems too.
Floor mic 1. Floor mic. Floor mic 1.
work it one at a time? You want them all in?
Leave them alone, 'cause I don't think, there's a lot of movement going. Okay. If I can make you happy. If it can make you happy, I'm happy.
Pop to 'em.
Okay. Are we ready? At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education Board meeting to order. May I have a roll call?
Mr. Bayard? Here. Mr. Bayard is present. Mr. Bennett? Here. Mr. Bennett is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Bouquet?
Here.
Ms. Bouquet is present. Ms. Dastug?
Here.
Ms. Dastug is present. Mr. Garvey? Here. Mr. Garvey is present. Ms. Givens? Ms. Givens is absent. Mr. Geis? Mr. Geis is absent. Ms. Johnson? Here. Ms. Johnson is present. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee is absent. Mr. Romer? Here.
Okay. We'll begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and it will be led by Ms. Iris Walker of the City of Baker School System. Would everyone please stand? And the invocation will be led by Miss Virginia Petty, who's a citizen of St. Tammany Parish.
Heavenly Father, we pray that you will give us your gift of knowledge, that we might always make the best decisions for the good of all the school children in Louisiana. We pray that you give us the wisdom to know and define our tasks, the strength to build and refine our educational goals, and the courage to persevere as necessary. We ask for your direction that we might make unselfish decisions for those who serve. We pray that all who are assembled here have a safe journey home. We thank you for all your past and future blessings. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay. Have a seat. We'll begin with the agenda. Okay. Mr. Smith?
First item is item 5, approval of the agenda, adding emergency items 13 through 16.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Bayard, second by Mr. Bennett to approve the agenda as amended. Any objection? Hearing none, motion carries.
Next item is approval of the minutes from January 20th, 2011.
Okay, board members, is there a motion to approve the minutes of January 20th?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Bradford, a second by Mr. Bennett. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries.
Next item is notices of intent duly advertised in the November 2010 issue of the Louisiana Register and ready for final adoption. These are items 1 through 15.
Okay, is there a motion to approve items 1 through 15?
So moved, Madam.
Thank you, Ms. Bouquet. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bradford. Any questions? Hearing none, motion's approved.
Okay, these are notices of intent duly advertised in the December 2010 issue of the Louisiana Register and ready for final adoption after April 18th, 2011, March 18th, items 1 through 22.
Okay, is there a motion to approve these items?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Givens. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Romer. Any objection to the motion? Sorry about that. Okay, second by Ms. Bradford. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. And I would like to commend Nina Ford for an extraordinary amount of work. She has done this in anticipation of the gap of meetings and to make sure that our work and our notices and our implementation of policy is not delayed because of the new meeting schedule. And her work, she did an extraordinary job. So I appreciate it.
Next item is a report by the State Superintendent of Education.
Madam President, thank you. Members of the board, I wanted to mention 3 items today. Number 1, I wanted to talk about the student-based budgeting pilot program. I want to reflect on the high poverty, high performing schools, and I want to talk about ESEA reauthorization. I'm going to be brief about these. So on the student-based budgeting pilot program, I'm delighted that 7 school districts this week announced that they intend to institute a pilot around student-based budgeting. As you know, the Student-Based Budgeting Task Force has been meeting for several months now. We'll continue to meet, and we'll continue to try to formulate an overall understanding about what the power of this will be and what some of the challenges will be in order to be able to implement such a program. But for the 7, I have to tell you it was a real treat. Earlier this week, a number of board members were in attendance, and to hear the superintendents who spoke and said a couple of things that I'd like to relate back to you. They recognize that, as Mr. Lee said earlier today, that school districts have to change and have to be more responsive to be able to succeed with the children that they are asked to educate. Number 2, that in the difficult financial times that we're facing, we need to look for different ways of being able to spend the dollars and make them go farther, considering the great objective of trying to educate all children and at the same time dealing with budget shortfalls. And then thirdly, they talked about the need to be successful not only with students and teachers but with principals, and the need to train principals to make the kinds of decisions that will enhance the academic opportunities for students. It was really a treat to see this has become infused in the superintendents in our state. I think they represent a number of trailblazers, and as the governor said the other day, we have a number of other trailblazers out there working on this pathway, but this group represents the lead trailblazers, the trailblazers among trailblazers. We're very, very excited about that. I'll just give you one simple example about how this is working elsewhere. In Denver, just in the last 3 weeks, facing a $15 million budget shortfall, the school board in the city of Denver adopted a student-based budgeting strategy, addressed the $15 million shortfall, and put $10 million more into the classroom. So it can be done when people are creative and focused on the objective, which is to get the most we can out of our schools and in the classrooms where our kids are. The second thing I wanted to point out is our high-performing, high-poverty schools. We just announced about 10 days ago that a total of now 56 schools in 30 school districts around the state of Louisiana are considered high-performing, high-poverty. You know, one of the biggest challenges I think most people who are doing this work around the state and around the country have is that people have a hard time believing that we can be successful with particularly this population of children. And I think it's important for us as a Board of Education and as a Department of Education to be able to show people that it can happen, and it can happen anywhere in the state of Louisiana. Of the 56 schools, to remind you, the criterion for these schools is that you have to have greater than 65% of the population of your school which is at risk, and you have to be in the top 25% of all schools in the state of Louisiana for 2 consecutive years. So here we have 56 schools, 29 of which made last year's list, and 13 schools have been on the list now for 3 consecutive years. There are about 750 schools in the state of Louisiana that have at least 65% poverty. About 750, and here we are talking about first 20 schools 4 years ago and now 56 schools. If we can pick up that pace in short order, then we can do a dramatically better job with our kids, and we can move ourselves from the bottom of the bad list that we don't like to have Louisiana on. I wanted to also point out that this is the first time that any high school or combination school, that's a kindergarten through 12th grade, a combination school is kindergarten through 12th grade. It's the first time that either a high school or a combination school, in this case both, made the list. Those schools are Cicely Island High School in Catahoula Parish, Cicely Island High School in Catahoula Parish, Pitkin High School in Vernon Parish, and Calvin High School in Wynn Parish. 3 rural parish high schools that have made now the high-performing, high-poverty. It's the first time we've had high schools on the list. This is really a major accomplishment. On March 29th, the Department of Education will again publicly congratulate these 56 schools, the administrators, teachers, students, and families for their extraordinary efforts and success. And I'd like to congratulate especially Leslie Blevins and Ollie Tyler, who have taken this and really run with it and done such a marvelous job of putting this together. So I want to make sure that everybody marks their calendar for March 29th. It is truly an extraordinary experience to meet these people and hear about their success. The final point is on ESEA, or Elementary and Secondary Act reauthorization at the federal level. This is what is also known as No Child Left Behind. As most of you know, the Secretary made a statement at the beginning of the year that he wanted to push for ESEA reauthorization this year. It needs to happen soon because in 2014, schools that don't meet the proficiency level for all children would be declared academically failed, which would basically declare almost every school in the country academically failed. Not quite all, but most. So what we have to do is we have to be about the business of working on this reauthorization. There are a number of states that are working. We're taking a leading effort in doing this. And I bring this to your attention because there are a number of people out in the community who complain about ESEA, who complain about No Child Left Behind, who complain about the regulations. They also complain about the restrictions that come from the federal government. And the nice thing that involved in this conversation is we're talking about a number of possibilities of redirecting funds, about merging fund streams, about having fewer restrictions if you're more successful in schools, and frankly about taking a lot of the restrictions off that are presently in the Act. So we're going to continue to work on this. I think the chances are about 50-50 that we'll actually see a reauthorization this year. If we do not see one this year, we will not see one in the election year, and then we will be in 2014, and it's not going to be pretty for any of us. So we are working hard on this. It's very important to try to get it done this year, and I'll continue to keep you abreast of these developments. That's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Just a moment, Ms. Johnston. For those of us who were able to participate in the press conference, and all members were invited, it was, I can say from my short experience on BESE, that it was probably one of the most extraordinary press conferences that I have had the opportunity to attend. And our superintendents made us very proud. And I'm very proud to be able to hear and to listen to them talk to the governor and express their positions and their issues, and for us to be able to participate in that was an extraordinary day. Ms. Johnson.
I have a question. In the high-performing, high-poverty schools, I noticed that 3 of the schools have a configuration of pre-K-12, and they're all rural. Are we collecting any data that might allow us to know if this is a good configuration?
configuration for rural districts?
Well, I think we're collecting data. Go ahead, Ollie. You want to talk about that? No, go ahead. Go ahead. You know more about it than I do, that's for sure.
Thank you so much. Ms. Johnson, we are actually collecting data. We started doing that last year, and we're going to be collecting more this year. And of course, we do have an initiative. I was looking for Rain because this is in her office at this particular time, but we are collecting data.
Well, the reason why I'm asking this is because if we're going to be about the business of setting policy, and if this is a recommendation that we ought to be looking seriously at, because most people, I come from a rural parish, and I happen to like K-12 schools, anecdotally. But if they are the ones that are performing well, then that may be something good for rural districts. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We'll go to the next order of business. Mr. Smith?
Next order of business are board committee reports. The first committee is Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee.
Okay, I believe Ms. Bradford.
Yes. On behalf of the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee, I move approval of items 1 through 18, noting that items 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, and 17 are notices of intent.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Buquet. There's a motion and a second to approve these minutes. Is there any questions on this motion? Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries.
The next report is the Administration and Finance Committee. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Administration and Finance Committee met, and I recommend approval of items 1 through 50, noting that number 49 and 50 are notices of intent, and that I need to pull and read 12, 15, 22, and 43.
Okay, let's go ahead and get action on the items that were not pulled. Do I have a second on that motion? Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Any objection to that motion? Motion carries. So now we go to Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Item number 12, on motion of Mr. Garvey, second by Ms. Dastu, the Administration and Finance Committee recommends that the board defer the following grant: Public Charter School Grant Program.
Who's the member?
$1 million, $1.7 million.
Okay.
Madam Chairman?
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Buquet.
I had, is this the one I had pulled? And no, this is a different one.
We're in Administration and Finance. Which
Okay,
item?
This is the one that it gave $1.78 million, and I think that there are probably some cards of people who want to speak to this item.
You know, Ms. Johnson, I do have one card, and the chair has the, I think, discussion whether or not we're going to allow public comment. Yesterday during this committee, I believe is the appropriate time to have public comment. I'm going to allow you, as chair of the Finance Committee, to advise the president and the chair if you want me to do that.
Okay, I think that Mr. Garvey asked that this be deferred because there was some reason for it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I had asked that it be deferred, and we had some information that came to us.
Okay, but information coming from the department is different from getting into public
I
comment.
would suggest that we allow the public comment.
You would like to suggest that
Yes,
also.
ma'am.
So what I first like to do is have a department make a recommendation, and then I have one card for public comment, and then we'll recognize if that individual is here. Nancy Roberts. Nancy, if you'll come on up front, but you'll follow the department's presentation. Thank you.
If I may, I'll go ahead and set the stage for this grant program. Jacob Landry, the Executive Director of the Office of Parental Options. We received in 2008 a $25 million grant from the U.S. DOE to award sub-grants to applicants within our state who are starting charter schools. This grant is specifically designed to support the startup of new charter schools. We will hopefully receive 2 installments of this grant. The first one we received was about $19 million. And of that particular allocation, we have a little over $1.7 million left to allocate. The way that the program has run up to this point was that we awarded sub-grants to all applicants who applied on what was a non-competitive basis. We had a visit from the U.S. Department of Education last year. They did an audit of our program and found us to be non-compliant with the federal regulations that do require a competitive process, competitive peer-reviewed process. And so this is the first year that we've run a competitive process for this funding. So it definitely is a new way of operating, and we can definitely understand why some individuals would be unhappy with the outcomes, because it is it's the first time that we've allocated money in this way. But what we did was we had each application review. We received 15 applications. Each application was reviewed by 3 separate reviewers. And what we did in order to really reach the fairest and best score was we dropped the lowest score out of those 3 reviews and averaged the remaining 2. And you'll see those scores, that average score in front of you. We found that 10 applicants received a score of 80 or above. And we found 80 to be a really solid measure of what a quality application entailed. Sticking with the 80 score and the 10 applications that fell at 80 or above also would allow us to give much closer to what the maximum award amount is and what every applicant applied for, which is $200,000. Any attempt to go beyond that 10 would really water down the allocations to those successful applicants. And we also have concerns that any attempt to water down the competitive nature of the process would put us in jeopardy of that second allocation from the U.S. DOE. We hopefully will receive another $5 million next year. All applicants who were unsuccessful this year will have the opportunity to reapply for funding next year. And given that this was the first time we ran a process, we do know that there will be many opportunities to improve that process, including really working more closely with the potential applicants in a technical assistance capacity to build to increase their ability to put forward a high-quality application.
Thank you. And so your recommendation that was made yesterday still stands?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So one moment, Ms. Givens. I'm going to follow the process that I just described. We'll go ahead and have Nancy Roberts from the Career Academy, LRCE. Nancy, I'm going to ask that you keep your comments because this is the board meeting to 2 minutes. And then Ms. Givens.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman and board members. First of all, thank you for your service to the children of Louisiana for serving on the board. I just want to tell you that when I looked at the list, I kind of felt like a Honda in a race with the BMWs. We're new, okay? We really are new. This is our first charter, and we are definitely in a startup mode. We needed the funding, and I know there are rules, and I want to comply, but it would have been great to have some help. And we missed it by 1 point. But my mama used to say, "Close but no cigars," you know. I also want to point out that if there had been maybe an interview process, we had what I consider to be almost a feat that was unheard of. We had a unanimous vote of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board in favor of our charter. We had the support of the superintendent. And I think it would have sent a really strong message if we could have had the state say to us, we believe in you and we believe in this startup. So, and I think we've encouraged superintendents to step out of their comfort zone and apply for Type 1s, but no Type 1 got any money. So I just want to say that maybe next year I can pitch, because I'm one of those people that I don't go away. Y'all know you know me well enough to know I'm not going away. So maybe next year we could look at that. And I do think, lastly, I'd like for particularly my board member, Chaz Romer, who's the 6th Congressional District, to commend Superintendent Dilworth and the EBR School Board, because they have been extremely supportive. We've worked, it's been a real partnership, and I do want to thank all the business and industry people that endorsed us, the Louisiana Chemical Association, the Louisiana Chemical Industrial Alliance, the Louisiana Hospital Association, and everybody I could get wrote a letter of support, so it was really, truly a community effort. So I still believe that we have a great proposal, and I hope we can come back next year and we're worthy.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. And we do know you'll be back. I'm going to recognize Ms. Givens first, and then Mr. Garvey. And anyone else?
I wanted to
and
just ask
Mr.
a
Bennett.
question when you get a chance.
Then Mr. Romer.
First of all, Madam President, I'm kind of taken aback at the idea that we have a competitive process in which applicants did take the time, some without assistance and some without the technical wherewithal to apply for this grant. And I'm looking at the fact that several of these people who have the highest scores have been involved in the charter process before, and they've also received this money before and may have written a grant for this money before, so they've had some department help and feedback in developing their grant. So I'm not sure that this was really a level playing field, and I would have rather see some of these charters that were perhaps in need of more assistance receive some money, because they all have to do the same startup activities. And while the DOE, the national DOE has given you guidelines, it did not say that you could not award some money. And I certainly am looking at the fact that we have schools on here who are initial startups who are going to get $192,000, but we have schools that are already running with children in them that get nothing. And so I think that there should be another means of scoring these applications so that first-time applicants are compared to first-time applicants, and that people who have been through this process several times are compared to each other, because there is a learning curve here. And I think that it has unfairly impacted those 5 at the bottom.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. And Mr. Garvey, and then Mr. Bennett.
Yes, I wanted to address one of Ms. Roberts' concerns by highlighting a portion of what Mr. Landry said, which is that for next year, the department is planning on working much more closely with the applicants, particularly the smaller applicants that might need the extra help a little bit more than the other applicants.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. And Mr. Bennett.
And I'm going to concur with the 2 former speakers in terms of, I guess, some questions. It said we needed to have this to be competitive and peer reviewed. Did the federal government give any more specificity to what they were looking for?
That was, that was the level of specificity, right?
Okay, so with that, did they set the score? Did you set the score?
We set the score.
Did you set the score after you got these scores on these charters?
We took into account, we did, because we needed to take into account the amount of money that was available.
So the score was not set beforehand, it was set after. Right. I really think, as Ms. Gibbons says, there needs to be some type of rubric that is set up beforehand so people know exactly what what they need to do and how they need to do it.
And there was a rubric that was published. The cut score was what was determined afterwards, but the rubric was set, and the applicants had access to that rubric along with their application. But I think
if I could, the challenge we had is we had to distribute this money this year. And if we would have set a cut score, let's just say of 90, and the maximum that a school could get would be 200, then we would not have been able to distribute all of the money. This is an unusual circumstance where we had to set a cut score after the fact. I don't disagree with you, but we're kind of bound by the situation that we find ourselves in. And I think I just would like to address the point. I think we have tried a lot to work with applicants ahead of time. We hold conferences, we hold sessions to let people know how to apply, what's important, and so on and so forth. But I think what we are going to do is we're going to try to ramp up that even more as we learn better, because this is the first time we've ever done a competitive process for these kinds of money. So it's a learning curve, and I'd like for it to be improved, and I think we can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Romer.
A couple questions. Repeat for me again, if they didn't receive a grant this year, what is the certainty of monies available for a grant next year?
Well, we have another monitoring visit from the U.S. DOE this spring, and should everything go as planned, then we'll receive another $5 million, a little over $5 million allocation next year. And so that'll be the final installment of the grant, and that'll be the amount of money left over for subsequent competitions.
And if a school I mean, what's the difference between a 79 and an 80? I mean, I know you have to set a line somewhere.
Sure.
I'm curious, what's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, it was really a sliding. I mean, it's a sliding differences. I mean, there was also a school at 77, and so I think that we noticed more comments as we were going down. Some of the specific comments for this application that is at 79 were there were questions about whether enough money was being allocated to serve special needs children as laid out in the application.
Certainly not now, I suppose.
What's that? Yeah.
Well, I can say this, Mr. Romer. There is no bright line. There's no magic about 80, putting a break at 80, putting a break at 85, putting a break at 90. If people want to change it and move it down, the challenge is it becomes far less competitive and far more doling out money to everybody. So the original,
I don't disagree with you.
May I just finish? The original recommendation that came to me was actually fewer numbers of schools. And so I tried to push it down as far as I felt I could push it to be able to distribute money. So that's just, but I don't think there's a bright line, and I don't think that there's anything magic to it.
Okay. Is that,
no, I'm not
Mr. Romer? Okay.
I happen to know, and I'll be honest what my difficulty here is. I have been unmerciful on East Baton Rouge Parish. I have been. And they have put their own applicants through a tremendous amount of rigor. More so in some ways than I actually support, quite frankly. How is that not a competitive process itself? I'm just...
Well, I'll say too.
That's not a rubric that we applied to everybody, okay? So we had to set up a competitive process with a rubric with what we defined, what was important and what was not. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Romer, I think we have to be very, very careful here, because as I looked at this, I tried not to look at the left-hand side of this chart, just looking at the scores and the dollars, because if we start getting into, well, this is a Baton Rouge school, it's in my district, and, they went through, then we get into a slippery slope of saying, well, let's just give everybody some. Because I'll tell you, I've had people call me about Fannie C. Williams, that they really need it, it's very important, they're in a very difficult circumstance. So, I think we get into a slippery slope all the way around on this thing.
And I don't disagree. I'm not trying to paint you in a corner here. I'm trying to understand how we can improve this, especially given our attempt to encourage local districts to approve Type 1 charters and to use a screening mechanism that's similar to the one we use. So I would certainly encourage this applicant and this department to work together for the next round to try to see, is it possible that they in fact meet this standard. I agree with the high standard, and I don't want to get in the game of lowering the standard. But I think our approval process for charter schools in this state supposedly sets a standard already. So I guess that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Romer.
Am I next?
I thought I've already recognized you, Ms. Johnson. I have not, and I'm very sorry. Ms. Johnson.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for coming up and speaking to this. I have a couple of issues with what we did. One is, and I guess this is where I agree, that there ought to be a way to look at New Start schools differently than schools that are already there. I really firmly believe that. And also, one of the major question I have, when we say we're going to get $5 million next year, or at another point in time, will we be able to award money for a 3-year window out of those dollars? Will we be able to?
We will be able to, as long as the school is within their first 12 months of operation, then they can qualify for the first phase of what is a 3-phase funding.
Okay, so when is the next time that you will be taking applications?
It'll likely run a similar timeline to this year, where we had applications due at the start of the new year and made decisions at this point.
So by January of 2012 is when the application will be available.
Right.
So today, when will these dollars go out?
As soon as we get approval.
So these dollars are ready to go out now.
Right.
So that means next year in February, the dollars would be ready to go out.
Right.
I'm going to strongly suggest that you look at the way that you're doing this, because as I look down here, I think this board supported Slaughter as a charter school, and we're constantly asking people to step up to the plate who have no experience in this, and then we're comparing them to people who have been in this a long time. I think there's something flawed with that particular process. I really do.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Does any other board member need to speak to this? Ms. Givens.
I'd like to first of all point out that of the recipients, 8 are in my district. And of the 8 that are in my district, one of the providers has 3 different grants totaling almost $600,000. And they are also presently operating schools. But I think that you should have a system where existing charters are compared against each other, and new startups are compared against each other. There also could have been a minimum funding level, so that all of the applicants receive some money, because they need this money to begin their operations. I just don't think that I can sit here and go back and tell the people that I represent, well, some of you are more deserving than others, when all of them are working to serve children. And so I don't know if a substitute motion is appropriate at this point, or if this is carved in stone. But I really do think that we are doing a disservice to those 5 people who took the time to apply, who have been approved for charters, and who are now being told that some of the money you anticipated being available to you is not coming because this secondary process said your application wasn't worthy. So Madam President, I strongly would urge that the department go back and reconsider this, and if it's necessary to make a substitute motion.
Right now, as I understand it, we do not have a motion to approve. So the chair would entertain any motion on this item, and if Ms. Givens, you wish to make one?
I'm going to then make a motion that the department be directed to reconsider the awards made to these 15 applicants, and that they consider one of 2 methodologies in awarding. That either the new applicants be pulled together and considered, and the returning applicants, or those people who are already operating charter schools, be considered in a different pool, so that there is some equity among awards.
That's quite a motion. Everyone understand that motion, and is there a second
I'll
for it?
second that. I am finished.
Oh, goodness.
I'm going to give them a choice.
Well, we can't hear half
Ms.
of
Givens,
what you're saying.
can you try to be more succinct with your motion, or you leave it as it is? Is there a second to the motion?
I second it.
Second to motion by Ms. Johnson. Is there any?
Could I make an amendment?
Sure you can. You're smarter than I am. You went to Harvard.
Madam Chairman?
It means less than
Wait. Board members, Mr. Romer's asked to speak, and then Ms. Buquet. Ms. Bradford.
I would use the same motion, but also give the department the leeway to tell us in their subsequent recommendation if they come to a conclusion other than what we've asked them to do.
I don't understand.
In other words, we've asked to compare these 2 groups as separate groups, correct?
Right.
I think there's a legal question out here, but let me, Ms. Buquet, do you have?
Yeah, I was going to make a motion that we go with the department recommendation.
Okay, I have a substitute motion to approve the department's recommendation. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Ms. Bradford.
What's the legal question?
I have a question.
Oh, I'm going to withdraw my comment. It's not appropriate for me to be commenting at this point. I think I have a substitute motion by Ms. Buquet, second by Ms. Bradford, to approve the department's recommendation. Is there any discussion on that motion? Is there any objection to that motion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's do a roll call.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a question.
And a question by Ms. Bradford.
My question is, have these schools...
Board members, let's listen
with
to the
these
questions. We
awards,
listened to...
with the amounts by their names, been notified that they have received these?
We notified them of our recommendation, the recommendation that we would make to BESE, and we noted that, the recommendation isn't final until BESE approves. I'd also like to comment on this, on the notion of a group that's operating schools currently versus a startup. If we get into that level, it could get a bit complicated. There's a group First Line and a group Renew on this list of schools that currently operate schools in Louisiana. No other group on this list currently operates schools in Louisiana. So we're talking about 4 schools out of 15 that I think are being referenced as already operating schools. And so to parse that out, I think would be challenging at this point. But
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to approve the department's recommendation.
May I speak to my motion?
Ms. Buquet.
I'd just like to point out that we always have rules, and as the department pointed out, this was supposed to be a competitive process to begin with. My personal fear, and I don't know how valid it is that now we have a competitive process, and if we do away with it, when they come back to review us, it would not be unheard of for the Department of Ed to refuse to fund again. So I think we ought to be sure that we're in compliance and we're following the rules. And as sorry as I am about a 77 and a 79, I had a lot of 93s. And I begged some teachers, especially in college, come on, give me one more point. It's hard to lose by anything, but in accountability, we'd have kids who failed the exam, and we'd have parents come and say he failed by 1 point. We said, come back next time. Rules, unfortunately, we live with a lot of other people, and we have to have rules in order not to have chaos. We want to be as equitable as we can, but when everybody plays by the same rules, then that's equity. And therefore, I propose my motion.
Okay, so we have another comment on the motion on the floor, which is to approve the department's recommendation. Mr. Garvey.
Yes, I wanted to ask a question of Ms. Bouquet. Ask her if what you're saying is you think that we might be in jeopardy of losing the $5 million if we tinker with the process that we used for this $1.7 million?
Because this is competitive, which is in the rules that we should be doing. And before, we didn't have enough to really make it competitive. So the department had chosen not to make a competitive process. But now that we have so many, we do have it in place. And again, yes, that is my fear.
Okay. Any other questions on this motion? Otherwise, I'm going to call for a roll call.
I'll make a point.
Yes, you may.
The point of my amendment was to give the department the chance to come back to us with the identical recommendation, if that's what they deemed appropriate, after hearing our concerns with the process and the way it's done currently. So, I wasn't necessarily saying they would have to come to me with a different proposal. But I was saying, given some of the concerns that we have, is it appropriate to reconsider the decisions and how we did it in this instance? That's all. They may come back.
Mr. Romer, do you understand the time frame issue that exists with this?
Somebody tell me the time frame then.
This board will not meet again and earliest until May. So to be able to come back to the board.
When do these schools start?
Well, they said a spring visit. So.
And their planning is ongoing, and this money is, part of this money can be used for their planning and for their preparation.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask for the roll call vote. Everyone's had an opportunity to speak to this. Ms. Ford or Mr. Smith? Let's do it.
Mr. Bayard? Mr. Bayard is absent. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett votes yes. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Ms. Bouquet?
Yes.
Ms. Bouquet votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Ms. Gibbons?
No.
Ms. Gibbons votes no. Mr. Geis is absent. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Johnson votes no. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee is absent. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer votes no. Would the chair like to vote?
I vote yes, but then the motion fails for 5-3. So we go back to the first motion? Is that correct? We go back to Mr. Romer's amended motion. I'm sorry. So now we're going back to Mr. Romer's amended motion? Oh, does someone?
I second.
Okay, come on, let me run this. Ms. Johnson has seconded Mr. Romer's amended motion. That's all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Madam Chairman? Oh, can
Yeah. Ms. Dino.
I would ask that you consider the possibility of giving us some interim authority with regards to the review and the allocation of these funds as you've given for the other particular grants, because we're a little concerned about the schools getting the money in a timely fashion to begin their planning processes.
Mr. Romer, would your motion include some interim authority that to be granted to the, it would appropriate would be the chair of finance and the board president?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, the three-person, the committee structure that we set up for the other activities is what we would ask for.
The same interim authority, the five individuals. Okay, so the five individuals that you approved yesterday. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Opposed? No. No, okay. The roll call.
Can you read the motion again? We've had so many additions to it.
Mr. Romer, you would have to first read Ms. Gibbons' motion, right?
Yeah, the motion, Ms. Gibbons' motion was to group these schools according to whether they are a startup, true startup, or a current provider in the evaluation. And my amendment was to add to that, giving the department the leeway to come back and stick only with their original recommendation after hearing our considerations.
Okay, the motion clear to everybody?
No, I need some clarification on this motion.
I need clarification also.
Doesn't matter, I think. Okay, Ms. Gibbons. Ms. Gibbons? Mr. Bennett is asking for some clarity of your motion. Are you willing to offer it?
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett. What's the
Well,
question?
actually, to you, what happens if this motion fails?
Go to the first motion.
You go back to the first motion.
The first motion failed. There was no first motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
What was the first motion?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Gibbons, you made the first motion. Yes, it was, and it was, yes, and you seconded it, Ms. Johnson. And then Mr. Romer amended Ms. Johnson's
So that's the
motion.
same motion? Okay.
No.
It's an amended motion.
I'm trying to
Mr. Garvey, are you willing to help shed some light on this?
I think the heart of the question that Mr. Bennett presented is, what if nothing passes on this issue? And I think the answer is that the department's hands are tied, and they cannot do anything until our May meeting, and the issue will have to come to us again at May.
All right.
However, if Mr. Romer's current motion passes, then the department will be able to take action as soon as next week or the week after, because there will be a committee with interim authority to handle the issue.
I'll note as well that our next federal monitoring visit is in May as well, and I think it would leave completely up in the air how that visit would go and seriously jeopardize the $5 million that we have coming to us next year.
My motion.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on the, Mr. Romer, do you want to speak to your motion again?
My motion gives them interim authority. If they come back after hearing these comments and reviewing the process and determine that in fact these recommendations are the ones they want to stick with, then that's what they can come back to us with.
Well,
what we've raised were some concerns here, which these are startup monies for new schools. Now, is this the best use of it or not?
Mr. Superintendent.
I'm just trying to understand, if the motion passes and we come back with a recommendation, who are we going to make this recommendation to?
We have a committee.
And
The interim committee is
Are they going
composed.
to have a meeting, or are we going to go through another meeting, or what?
No, the interim commission this authority has been requested on several items because of the gap in our meeting schedule, Mr. Superintendent. And what was determined is that that work group would be the two chairs of administration and finance, the board president, and two other BESE members.
All right.
This could be done by email, by
Well,
telephone call.
I can assure you, we need to do this promptly. So we'll do it, our business promptly, and we'll expect you to do the same.
Okay, so I think the board is clear on the motion by Ms. Gibbons, and excuse me, we're now looking at the motion by Mr. Romer, which encompasses Ms. Gibbons' motion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, a roll call vote on that, please. That also sets up the interim authority.
Tell
Allows,
us again who the interim authority
The interim authority is the two chairs of administration and finance, which are Ms. Johnson and Mr. Bennett, the BESE president, and two other BESE members appointed by the chairs of administration and finance. So 5 BESE members would have to agree. Can't agree here, so that should be interesting. Is this what you want, board members? You want me to call the question?
Yes, please.
Well, then call the question. I can't do it. Someone else has to.
Question.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Roll call, please.
Mr. Bayard is absent. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett votes yes. Ms. Bradford? Yes. Ms. Bradford votes yes. Ms. Bouquet?
No.
Ms. Bouquet votes no. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Ms. Givens?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Givens votes yes. Mr. Geis is absent. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson votes yes. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee is absent. Mr. Romer?
Yes.
Mr. Romer votes yes.
Mr. Votes?
6 yes votes.
Okay, 6 yes votes. Motion carries. All abstain. No. Okay, next item.
I have a number of items to read.
Okay.
Need to read number 15.
Okay, we're on number 15 in the administration finance packet.
Okay, number 15. It's the motion on testing and the 21st century contracts. Authorize the chairs of the I move to authorize the chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee to appoint a working group of BESE members to review the 4-year contract amendment for Data Recognition Corporation in the amount of $44,407,871 and the 21st century contracts for services to students in the amount of $11,572,110 during the interim period when there is no regular scheduled BESE meeting. The working group would consist of the chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee, the BESE president, and 2 other members appointed by the chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee. Authorize the working group to make a recommendation regarding approval to the BESE president and chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee, and upon a favorable recommendation, authorize the BESE president and the chairs of the Administration and Finance Committee to approve the amendment.
Okay, is there a motion on this?
That's the motion.
That's a motion. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Ms. Givens. Any questions? Any discussion? Any opposition? Motion carries. Next item.
Next one is number 22, which is a read on the motion of Ms. Bradford, second by Ms. Bouquet. The Administration of Finance and Finance Committee recommends that the board defer on the following contract. And it's Adelante Educational Services, LLC.
Okay, is there any additional information on this?
Amy Westbrook with the Recovery School District. I do have some additional information. As I understand Ms. Bouquet's concern, it was with regard to the backup information on the declaration of contract obligations on this particular contract. And her concern was with regard to the Recovery School District being charged an amount of $4,147 per student versus a rate of, for example, in Jefferson Parish of $1,454. Another example is a school in Caddo Parish. The same company charged $1,877 per student. In EBR, the rate is $1,546. So her question was concerning the disparity regarding per student charge. I asked for advisement from Ed Finance, and so I would like for Ms. Bouquet and the board to be able to hear that information, and then I believe I can clarify if there are additional questions.
Okay, just for a little background, the way that what happens with the Title I allocation is that 20% of that allocation is set aside for these SES services, and we then calculate a per pupil amount based on the amount set aside and the count that's used in the Title I allocation. That per pupil amount is then published on our website for federal guidelines. And what that number is that number is a cap for the dollar amount that may be spent per child for SES services. There's another step where a contract is completed by the provider, and they determine what their per hour charge will be. And what we have determined, and Dr. Westbrook can speak more to this, is that this provider is charging the same per pupil amount of $55 per hour to each of the districts that they're providing these services for. However, that amount would be capped at whatever the district's per student amount is. So they're charging $55 per pupil. That amount could never go over that, whatever the per pupil amount is in each individual district. And I will note that there has not been in the past such a disparity amongst those dollar amounts. It's just been post-storm where Arlene's allocation has some whole harmless dollars in it, that those dollar amounts are a little higher. But on a per-student basis, this provider's charging $55 per hour for every student in all the districts that they're serving. That per pupil amount was informational as to what cannot be exceeded.
Okay.
Well, I hear you, but I still don't understand why it's printed with such different amounts.
I'm not sure. I didn't see the background.
Well, it's what was sent out as to the board.
And I see this, but I think we spoke with the RSD staff, and they had the contract of so much per hour.
Yes, this is serving one school, Johnson Elementary. They are serving 48 students, and they are tutoring the children 46 up to 46.75 hours.
My question, and what was written there, was not a per hour basis. It was per pupil. There's a huge difference.
Right.
And so and with all you've said, and you brought me a packet like this, I still don't understand what we are paying and what the cap is then. Are you saying the cap is $55 per student?
What it appears to me, and I may be incorrect, what it appears to me is that the company charges $55 an hour, and based on the allocation can tutor up to a certain amount of hours. So, for example, the allocation per
That's not what it says in the backup.
I agree. I understand.
It's incorrect. It is incorrect.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Let's start with that. First of
Right.
all, the backup you sent us is incorrect. So do you have an amendment for us to vote upon then?
Right. We received an updated declaration, and I'm not sure why all this other information was in there, Ms. Bouquet, but I'm looking for it in here. But I was handed, and it is $41.47 per student, but the other information was in there in error, and I'm not sure why it was.
So we're paying $4,100 per student for
That's the maximum.
after school?
Yes, ma'am, that's the maximum amount.
Well, you just talked about $55 per hour.
It's $55 per hour.
And then you're multiplying it.
So it's up
It's
to
up to
$4,000 per
That's
student. It's
right.
more like a budget
It's
authority.
it's
But
like
if they
saying-
don't tutor that many
I know
hours.
what we think.
Okay.
But it wasn't written that
that's
way.
That's
And I
what they're
wanna hear
saying.
that.
Okay.
It is $55 an hour per student per hour, and the cap, they cannot charge over the $41.47 per student.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes more sense than the way
Yes,
it was
ma'am.
written.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Now,
sorry about that.
and then those other parishes, they cannot go over the, 1,100?
Right. That's right.
So the RSD, we're saying, has a much larger amount of allocation than the other schools that are listed.
That's correct. And the numbers that you're looking at were reflective of 2009, 2010. Because on that particular form, they had to list all of the contracts that they had during that time span. For this year, that amount is much, much less. It's almost at half.
And the other districts, other than the RSD?
It's less. For example, in 09-10, Caddo had a maximum per pupil allocation of 2,613, whereas this year they are at 1,877. So that's the maximum amount that a child
All right,
could
but you've
receive.
cleared up the questions that I
Yes,
had,
ma'am.
and I appreciate all the research that you did and making it clear. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion? Ms. Johnson, do you have a
Yeah,
question?
I have a question before you all go, leave the table. Explain to me when you can get a child for 46.9 hours.
I can't. In the application, we ask an SES provider to tell us the amount that they're going to charge per hour.
Right.
And we tell them that they have to do a minimum of 20 to 30 hours. Then they in turn begin to work with each district and or charter to serve that student. Now, once they reach the maximum number of hours, they can continue to work to serve that student for no cost, and a lot of them choose to do so, and then some choose to cease operating based upon those billable hours.
All right, let me ask another question, because as I appreciate it, SES funds are 1% or 10% of Title I dollars.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's why, and I'm glad Ms. Bouquet brought this up, that's why it made no sense to me. How come we had such a large, based on numbers of children, because that's how you get Title I dollars.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you take a percentage of those dollars and you say that they're for SES providers.
Yes, ma'am.
Then there seems to be something that doesn't work with the figures. Yeah, it don't work.
Okay,
yeah, that's
Do you want to stop it here?
No, I think we need to. Okay, do we have a motion on this item?
All right, I move approval.
Ms. Bouquet has moved approval of this item. Is there a second?
Okay, so am I not going to give my answer? Okay.
I thought you got your answer, Ms. Johnson.
No, she came to the table, I thought to say something.
I'm sorry.
The reason, the per pupils are based on the Title I allocation divided by the 5 to 17 population. There are several districts who are being held harmless at levels from prior years. So there's a whole harmless that's basically either at 80, 85, or 90%, depending on your poverty rate. So Orleans Parish is held harmless at a rate that's much higher from when they had a much higher population.
That's fine.
And so that's skewing those per pupils.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Is there any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Johnson, do you have any more items in your committee?
Yeah, I do. I think it's number 43.
Then I'm going to take care of it. Let me finish her. We're going to finish it and then move.
Number 43 is a read, and I'd just like to make a motion to it. It's consideration of the fiscal year 2011-2012 8G statewide guidelines and 11-12 statewide program description, which
Yes,
was
ma'am.
in our packet the other day, and I just moved that we receive those items. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to receive those items. Any objection to that? Hearing none, motion carries. Board members, I'm going to ask for some indulgence in moving an item out of order. It is the appointment of the BESE's executive director, because we have BESE members who seem to have other appointments, and we need at least 6 members present before we can make this appointment. I think we owe it to our staff to go ahead and get this decision, moving forward. So is there a motion on that item?
Madam Chairman.
Ms. Bouquet.
I'll move that we approve the appointment as the BESE Executive Secretary, and I don't have the spelling of...
Catherine Pozniak, Pozniak.
I wanted to be sure that we had it recorded correctly. Is there anything else that needs to be in the motion at this
I think
point?
the effective date would be February 21st.
Effective February 21st.
Is there a second by Mr. Garvey? Any opposition to the motion? Who's that? I hear a voice, but I don't see a person. We have one objection by Ms. Givens. Any other opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Board. I'd like to thank the officers for all the hard work that they did on behalf of the Board and in making this selection, and we thank the Board for their support of our decision. Thank you. Next item.
We'll go back to the regular order of the agenda, members, with the committee report for Educator Effectiveness Committee, and Mr. Romer.
On behalf of the Educator Effectiveness Committee, I move for approval of items 1 through 5, noting that items 2, 3, and 4 are NOI.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second noting items 2, 3, and 4 are NOI. Mr. Garvey?
I'm sorry, did Mr. Romer say he moves for approval of items 1 through 5?
Yes.
Yes. I think it's items 1 through 4. because
Okay.
Item 5 was a deferral on an issue.
Okay, Mr. Romer, will you amend your motion
Or I'd
to
like
be-
to pull that issue in any event.
Okay.
whichever way we
We have
record.
we'd like to pull, Mr. Garvey would like to pull item number 5. Mr. Romer, will you amend your motion to
Yeah.
approve items 1 through 4?
I move for approval of items 1 through 4, noting items 2, 3, and 4 NOI, and then pull item 5.
Thank you. A motion by Mr. Romer, a second by Ms. Bradford. Mr. Romer, excuse me, Mr. Garvey.
Yes, we had pulled, or there was a motion to defer on this issue until we got further information from our legal department regarding how BESE treats information that is subjected or subject to an expungement. And we got information back from them saying that BESE does take into consideration information regarding crimes or accusations that have been expunged. I guess it would be crimes that have been expunged. And so with that information, I think that we can move on this item, and I would make a motion that we deny the request for a hearing.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Garvey to deny a request for hearing. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bradford. Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries.
Hold on, I'm going to oppose that.
Next item.
Madam President?
I'm sorry, Ms.
I'm
Givens?
opposing it.
You want to be opposed to it? Okay, please record Ms. Givens as being opposed. Next item.
Next item is Board Advisory Council reports.
No school innovation turnaround?
School innovation.
Pardon me, getting ahead of myself. The next report is the School Innovation and Turnaround Committee. Mr. Garvey.
Yes, on behalf of the School Innovation and Turnaround Committee, I would like to move for approval of items 1 through 4.
Second.
Second, I have a motion by Mr. Garvey, a second by Ms. Buquet. Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries.
The next item is the superintendent approval of the minutes of the Superintendent Advisory Council. And you're to receive the minutes and approve the tentative agenda.
Is there a motion to receive and approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. A second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bennett. Sorry about that. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries.
And the next item is Board Advisory Council appointments. We have one behind tab 11.
Okay, is there a motion to make this appointment of Mr. Robert Travis Scott to the School and District Accountability Commission? It comes from a retirement of he's filling a vacancy on the commission that came from the result of a retirement.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford.
Second.
Second by Mr. Bennett. Any objection? Motion carries. Okay, board members, I think we go to the emergency agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Item 13, consideration of contracts and leases as recommended by the department for the department and board agencies.
Okay.
Item 13, I move approval.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Johnson to approve item 13. Is there any objection to this item? Do I need a second? Second by Mr. Garvey. Is any objection to this item? Hearing none, motion carries.
Next item is item 14, consideration of approval of alternative general special education mild moderate programs at Louisiana Tech University, pages 3 and 4.
Move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Buquet. Is there a second by Mr. Bennett? Any objection to this item? Hearing none, motion carries.
Next item is 15, consideration of a request from Edward H. Phillips Learning Academy, KIPP Believe College Prep, for a charter contract amendment to expand grade levels served.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get a motion on the floor, and then we'll have a report. Is there a motion?
I move approval.
Move approval by Mr. Garvey, second by Mr. Romer.
Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a substitute motion if I might.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I'd like to move that the Edward H. Phillips Learning Academy be directed to provide an explanation other than the fact that they have done exceptionally well with grade 5 to 8, because I believe the original proposal by the school, KIPP schools specified that there would be a middle school. There's another campus that is serving as an early learning center, and I'd like some clarity as to how this move by Phillips is going to affect those other campuses.
Ms. Givens, can you make a substitute motion that's
not in my nature.
geared to the recommendation?
Well, the recommendation is that they get a contract amendment to expand
right.
the grade level.
And so would your recommendation be that they not be granted a material amendment?
Until we get a more thorough explanation of the effect that this expansion is going to have on the other KIPP schools.
Okay, so your motion really is to not grant,
yes, I guess
grant the contract amendment until you receive some information. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, so second by Ms. Johnson. So on the table is a second motion and is a substitute motion and a second. And now we'll hear from.
Can we talk about it?
No, ma'am, not until we hear from the individual at the table. Thank you.
KIPP Believe is a KIPP school that serves grades 5 through 8. They currently are at 106.5 SPS, which makes them one of the highest performing open enrollment charter schools in New Orleans. They're proposing to expand their campus to include grades K through 4, ultimately allowing them to serve grades K-8. This is something that the Recovery School District and the department are wholeheartedly in support of. The only way that we're going to close the achievement gap in New Orleans is for our highest quality operators to serve more and more students. They've proven across their network of schools that they serve low-income and African-American students in just phenomenal ways. They've proven this throughout the country in urban areas and rural communities throughout the country. So we see this as a welcome proposal. The Recovery School District is already engaged with the school on doing a space analysis to determine what both the short-term and long-term plan is to make sure that they're able to house all of their students. This will be an ongoing conversation, just as every school and network in the Recovery School District are engaged in a long-term conversation about a placement of those schools as new schools are built and older facilities are either rehabbed or closed.
Okay, thank you. And would you identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Jonathan Birch with KIPP New Orleans Schools, and I appreciate you all considering this motion. We made this decision very carefully and looked at the current spaces that we have, especially for the K through 4 grades. Currently, KIPP New Orleans Schools has spaces for about 140 kindergarten students that we're currently serving this year. Already to date, we've received almost 200 applications for the next year's class of kindergarten, and we thought that it was very important that we expand our schools in order to serve more students. We have not fully begun our advertising and going door to door, which is what we typically do to find applicants. So we project that we're going to receive upwards of over 400 applications just for kindergarten spots. So this amendment will allow us next year to add another 100 kindergarten spots to serve students as part of the KIPP Believe School.
Madam President?
I think Ms. Johnson asked to speak first, Ms. Givens, and then, so Ms. Johnson, Ms. Givens, and anyone else at this point?
I have a couple of questions. When KIPP first came here, they were a middle school concept, and in this particular document, it talks about KIPP moving to a K-12 model. But I don't believe that I've received any information that tells us how they're doing that. One of the other, and I'm a little confused.
Ms. Johnson, please speak up.
I'm a little confused because did you just say that you are currently serving kindergartners at this site?
No, ma'am. So currently, KIPP New Orleans Schools holds, I believe, 5 charters.
Right. You're just saying the other one of the others. Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. The other schools that are
serving kindergarten. I was wondering how we've had approved it.
And their site that does serve kindergarten is at 120 SPS right now.
Wow.
What is the configuration?
It's currently K through 2, and it's growing to be a K through 4.
Then it can't be 100. How did it get to that?
I believe our accountability system looks at the feeder school that the students.
So it's not to see real know what the K2 population is. That's been a big issue for me. Mm-hmm. So, it's based on some other school. Okay, that's fine to hear that.
I'm absolutely not opposed to this, but I am real concerned about facility issues in New Orleans and about seats. And so it looks as if you already had a building that actually could accommodate far more students than you have, yet we keep getting I keep getting, I don't know what the we people are getting, but I keep getting, having conversations with people who claim that there are seats that are not available, that they're trying to find seats. So that's really my big concern about it. I happen to be one who believes that if my child is at a particular school, it would be better for him to be in a K-12 facility. I like that alignment, so I don't have a problem with that. But I do have a problem with the fact that if you're in a building that could house as many children as this one could, and you hadn't been housing them, then that was taking spaces that we needed. I'm not going to oppose this, though.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Givens. Please, let's keep the inter-conversations to a minimum. Ms. Givens.
One of the things I'd like to point out is that, and I don't know if you were here at the beginning when this school was chartered, but one of the things that was essential in this charter was that it was going to serve as a middle school that was designed to remediate a failing school, the Edward H. Phillips Junior High School, which at that time was on Cadillac Street. We have since torn that building down. And you were in the McNair building, as I understood it, until a permanent home could be found for your middle school. You were also resistant to the idea of sharing space in your building with some of your overcrowded neighbors from time to time. And so I am now wondering why all of a sudden you are abandoning your middle school formula for this failing school to include grades K through 5 or K through 4. And the other thing that bothers me is that you are not willing to do pre-K at the site. And I might have a better opinion of you if you were a better neighbor. And I might also have a better, and I'm telling you
Ms. Givens,
why.
please keep your conversation in a civil tone.
It is civil.
This is.
Well, it doesn't sound civil because I'm stopped up. And I apologize for being stopped up. But I'm concerned that perhaps you could better service the population if you had a different configuration. I also don't know why KIPP is not concentrating on enlarging that preschool 3 program and then making this the middle school campus. So I have a lot of questions.
Thank you, Ms. Givens. Board members, there's a motion on the floor to not grant the request for a charter contract amendment for KIPP to expand to grade level served. And there's a motion and a second. Are we prepared to vote on it? Okay. Not granted. So make sure we understand.
I'm going to withdraw the second.
Okay, then we do not have a proper. Then Ms. Givens does not have a second to her motion. So we go back to the first motion, which is to approve the recommendation of the department of the request from Edward H. Phillips Learning Academy, KIPP Believe College Prep for a charter contract amendment to expand grade levels served. All in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please record Ms. Givens as being opposed. Next item. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Next item is on page 49. Number 16, consideration of a report to the legislature regarding the status of the development of the value-added assessment model and the methodology used in such development. The motion is to approve the report and authorize LDE to submit to the legislature.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second? Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. This meeting is now adjourned.
I would like to say thank you for all the work on this. It's very technical, and I did read it. So, thank you.